Well, good morning, everyone. Really pleased that you can actually join us today. And I hope you're going to really enjoy this very special day. We've got some superb guests. We've got a whole range of people from Spain, talking about France, talking about Europe, as well as experts from England here and experts from Jersey as well. I want to thank the people from Ireland, Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland, as well as those joining us from here in the UK. Welcome to all of you. We have quite a full programme, so I'm not going to keep you waiting too long. Our first speaker is waiting, but there's one or two rules I'd just like to just mention so that you know where we're coming from, and we'll remind you about some of them as we go through the day, because it will add to your enjoyment. At the beginning of this lecture, please ensure, all of you, that you have put yourself on mute. If you're using phones, please make sure that they're either on a silent mode or you are actually controlling them in such a way they're not going to interfere with the recording. Please ensure that you don't interrupt the speakers. If you want to ask questions, there's a facility, Q&A. Now you've got the chat box that you can chat to each other on as the day progresses, but please use the Q&A if you have any questions to the speakers, or you want to ask anything specific to the speakers. We can actually sort of pass things on, and at the end of the day, if some of you have questions that haven't been answered, we can ask the speakers whether they'd be prepared to email you, and a lot of them have already said yes, that they would email answers to the questions that we should forward to you. So please don't record the lectures. I think just to let you know, we are recording it, and as soon as everybody's confirmed their permissions, we will be putting it on BBKA YouTube to make sure that everybody can access it. So with that, I want to welcome you all. I'm going to welcome our first speaker, Andrew Durham. Andrew is from Cambridgeshire Beekeepers, very knowledgeable about Asian hornets. He's actually lived in France and he's had a lot of experience studying them, and I'm sure we're all going to learn from him as he talks about the Beekeeper's Guide, and it's about defences in the apiary, something that we hope we don't want to have to use, but we do need to be prepared. So thank you, Andrew. If you'd like to start with your lecture, I'd be grateful.
Okay, so just confirm that you can hear me, and that you should now be looking at a picture of an Asian hornet. Is that correct?
Correct from me, yes.
Okay. Well, good morning. Welcome to Asian Hornet, the Beekeeper's Guide, Defences in the Apiary. We'll start with a review of last year in France and Belgium, because few people in this country are aware of the scale of the Asian hornet problem that is being faced just across the Channel. The Normandy Department of Manche, highlighted here on the graphic in red, has the same area as Devon. It normally destroys around 4,000 Asian hornet nests a year, and they are just the ones that are reported. In the Normandy region as a whole, they destroy around 11,000 nests a year, but that's only half of the more than 20,000 nests that are destroyed each year in the region of Brittany, which is just that little bit further south. Now, last spring saw an unusually early reports of Asian hornet nests. By midsummer, the reported nest numbers in departments in Brittany had exceeded the totals for the whole of the previous year, and beekeepers were reporting that predation on hives had started a month earlier than normal. A warm autumn extended the hornet season, and pest controllers were reporting larger and more populous nests. as national beekeeping associations collated reports from the departmental associations, it was clear that the hornet had caused severe damage to apiaries, and right across France, beekeepers are very concerned at the weakness of their colonies going into winter. Monge went from 4,000 nests in 2021 to over 9,000 nests by the end of the year. And those that were the ones that were destroyed. There was still a further 900 that were reported too late for destruction. It was a new record. A doubling of nest numbers was seen right across France. Departments that were relatively untroubled by the hornet were reporting significant predation on their honeybee colonies. These surge years are a weather-related phenomena arising from a warm winter and a benign spring, but they are happening more often, and last year's was compounded by the warm autumn. More foundress queens will have gone into hibernation this winter than ever before. Now, the other region opposite us, the Haute de France, shown here in purple, and being just a bit further north, has suffered slightly less, but nonetheless, the numbers of reported nests is rising, and the hundreds of nests reported in each department every year can become thousands in the surge years. Western Belgium gives particular cause for concern, a region that only 6 years ago was predicted to be very marginal for the hornet. This Vespa Watch database is covering the northern and western part of Belgium, that is within the red border. The southern half of Belgium is covered by a separate database, although there is occasionally an overlap in reporting between the two databases. But generally speaking, what they're reporting is the same. The orange dots were Asian hornet sightings, and we should concentrate on the green dots that were the nests. I'll pick up the situation in 2017, 2018, 2019, 20, 21, 2022. That's an increase from 250 nests in 2021 to over 500 in 2022, and in an area that was supposed to be marginal. Now, none of this is to say that if the hornet gets a foothold in this country, we would turn overnight into an equivalent of Brittany or Normandy, but anywhere from the southwest of England to the southeast of mainland UK could very easily become like Belgium, or even the Haute de France, and it could happen very quickly indeed. When I spoke at this conference in 2021, I concentrated on the hornet and the honeybee, because it's important that beekeepers understand the hornet's life cycle, its methods of predation, the interaction between the hornet and the honeybee, and the hidden effects of predation. We looked at the effect of the hornet on beekeeping as a whole, and I looked at control in the wider area around the apiary. We also looked at the limited effectiveness of nest destruction, and also at spring trapping of foundress queens, a hugely controversial subject, which is now authorised within the vicinity of apiaries, and for which there is now a nationally agreed protocol in France as of 2022. What I'm covering today are defences in the apiary, but these cannot be employed piecemeal. We will be looking at controls that are integrated with the development of the threat across the year. PDF files of these briefings with additional information and commentary are available to members on the BBKA website under Member and Association Resources, and I would certainly urge you to get your members to get hold of those PDFs. Just a reminder, please, that the images in this briefing are copyright. Now, it's important that you know the sources for this briefing. Although I keep a watch on the situation in France as a whole and keep up to date on developments in research, I pay particular attention to the French departments nearest the UK. Now, I started my research in France, calling in at apiaries and speaking to beekeepers at markets, but it soon became clear to me that this wasn't enough. I needed a better picture. I get a very good view of what is happening from the departmental beekeeping associations, the equivalent of our county associations. I get the same information and the same presentations that the French beekeepers get. And it might be an idea if our county associations were to create the same Asian Hornet website entry on theirs so that people have easy access to resources. I get a very good view of what is happening as well from a quite separate organization. The GDSAs, these are the bee health associations, quite separate and very equivalent, I think, in terms to our seasonal bee inspectors. One of my most valuable sources of information is from the departmental nest destruction campaigns managed by the FDGDON or FREDON, whose reports are very detailed indeed. But all of this is at department level. I subscribe to and get a national beekeeping perspective from the main French beekeeping union, UNAF. For example, in 2021, UNAF published their good practice guide for dealing with Asian hornets. You see it here on the screen now. I also subscribe to the SNA, the National Bee Farmers Syndicate. Every month their magazine, The Bee, arrives on my doormat with the latest editorial from Frank Alastair, who is the president of the French and European Bee Farmers Association. In the January issue, there was a 4-page report, for example, on the proposals for a new national campaign against the hornet. Lastly, for a bee health perspective, I subscribe to the National Organization of Bee Health Groups. As you might expect, they keep members up to date on the latest on bee health matters and, of course, on the Asian hornet. This briefing is therefore a collation and distillation of regularly updated and authoritative sources of information. What I'm presenting to you here today is a unique insight into the Asian hornet situation in France. If we're to understand what's happening in the apiary, and most importantly when it will happen, then we beekeepers need to know the Asian hornet's life cycle. We'll start in the autumn, the purple sector. This is when the Asian hornet's nest is at its peak, and over the autumn it progressively switches from producing workers to producing sexuals, a process that is at its height in October and is complete by early November. Over 1,000 sexuals are produced by an average nest. Those sexuals fly off to mate, and the mated queens spread out to find new territory before going into hibernation for winter, where they hibernate under leaf litter, under tree bark, under caravan awnings, in vegetable crates and lorry canvases. That's how they get here. Although researchers tell us that less than 10% will make it through winter, and in fact probably more like 5%. The nest is destroyed by the wind and weather over winter. It's only used for one season. The foundress queens, as they are now called, emerge at different times throughout the spring. When the temperature rises above 0 degrees centigrade and gets to about 10 to 12 degrees centigrade for more than about 4 or 5 days on the run, that's when the reports of the first foundress queens will start to appear. But as I say, it is a process that is spread across the spring. The foundress queens spend the first couple of weeks regaining their hibernation losses before building their first nest, the nid primaire. So for the first 10 to 12 weeks of their life, while they're raising the first small batch of brood, they're on their own and vulnerable. They're vulnerable to being caught as prey by birds, to being trapped, and also to being killed by later emerging queens that try to take over their first nest. But I have to caution there that many entomologists make far too much of that, and there isn't really the scientific data to support the claims that are made. The first nest, the nid primaire, is always undercover and is hanging down from something like a shed roof or a veranda, or it'll be found in an electricity box. And if you're looking for nid primaires, you will usually find them where last year's nests were located. So if you find one, remember where it was for next year. The nid primaire grows in size, but hornets usually relocate at around the interim stage when the bulk of the workers move to build a secondary nest or main nest to be joined by the queen and other workers later. It's a very efficient process. So if you find a nest with no eggs or queen, the real nest will be nearby. Scientists estimate that of those that survive winter, only about 1 in 9 emergent found-dressed queens actually founds a full-size colony. Now, over the summer, the number of worker hornets increases and the nest grows in size until we come to the autumn again. Predation on hives slowly builds up from July, when you may see the first Asian hornet workers in your apiary. But note that from September, there is a marked increase in predation in the apiary. Do not overlook the fact that the hornet can be active in October and November. Those can be particularly dangerous times for our bees. Now to integrated control in the apiary. Integrated because there is no single solution to the Asian hornet. There is no quick fix. There is no magic bullet. It is a combination of actions and defenses employed at the correct time. Now, there are 5 quite distinct elements to this. The first concerns the apiary environment, making it work for the bee and not the hornet. You must act to reduce the stress on the bees because stress is the hidden killer. Hawking weakens the hive, it rarely kills it. Remember that many hornets are returning to the apiary. We need to reduce the level of predation, and by doing so, we help to reduce the stress on the bees. Although the Asian hornet's preferred method of predation is to hawk the bees, there comes a point when hornets may mount a direct attack on the hive. As beekeepers, you are going to have to manage the situation if your bees are going to survive. First, there are things you can do in the apiary to help your bees. Do not draw attention to the apiary by leaving hives open, leaving out frames, or extracting honey anywhere nearby. You will attract the hornets. Remember, the hornets follow olfactory clues to find the honeybee colonies. You can spoil the hornets hawking in front of the hive and give the bees a better chance of making it back by growing the grass long in front of the hive and giving them somewhere to hide. If you are going to deploy a device called the harp electrique, which we'll look at in a moment, then don't grow the grass right up to the hive. Let it grow to about 1 meter away and keep it short just in front of the hive. You can screen off some of the hiding places that the hornet likes to use to ambush bees returning to the hive, especially screening off under the landing board. Use solid floors or put the insert board in on OMFs during the main period of predation and close off any gap. You reduce the olfactory signature of the hive, and you don't want hornets immediately under an OMF. It stresses the bees. It pays to group hives and spread the pressure from predation. One of the most important and simplest of defenses against the hornet, la muselière, or the muzzle, is proven to reduce stress on the bees, and it helps maintain foraging. It forms a shield behind which the bees feel safe. But remember that the bees fly in fast to the hive, so they have to be able to get through it quickly. The original 6mm square mesh, first used by the inventor, beekeeper André Lavignol, and which you see here on the right, is good at keeping the hornet out and definitely helps reduce foraging paralysis. It was that version that was used in the study. But it takes bees too long to get through the mesh. They can get picked off by the hornet, and the study referenced here found the small mesh gauge itself reduced foraging. The minimum mesh gauge is now considered by UNAF to be 10 to 12 millimeters square. If you look here, you can see one being sold commercially by Eco Apiculture with a 13 millimeter square mesh, but even up to 25 millimeter square works well. It's much easier for the bees to get through and does not pose the same restriction. The hornets can obviously get through these larger gauge messes, but in practice it doesn't, as long as a guard force is present. The hornet is reluctant to get too close to the guard bees, but please note, this does not apply to netted hives. If the mesh is not close to the entrance, the hornet will just pass through the larger gauge meshes and hawk inside. I cannot find a consensus on netted hives, and that is why I do not cover them in this briefing. Remember that the Muselier provides a zone that the bees will adopt and defend. It does nothing to reduce the level of predation in the apiary. And by the way, when you fit a Muselier to a hive, leave a 5.5 millimeter gap between the Muselier and the face of the hive, so any bees landing on the face can walk down to the entrance. But the hornets can't follow them because a 5.5 millimeter gap is too small for them. And here's a testimonial from Emily Perrineau, who is a municipal beekeeper in Normandy. Now, there are lots of variations on the Muselier, such as this one called the Stop It Shield. Frederica Ripe, who's a beekeeper from Agen, came up with the idea. I have to say, I really like it. The bees fly out in all directions easy enough, but I have found it does take them time to get used to returning through the shield. So put them on early. Most of the criticisms of the Stop It come from beekeepers who put them on too late. The Stop It Max, shown here on the right, features an inner screen as a secondary layer that effectively gives you a much smaller inner mesh of slots, 25 millimeters by 6 millimeters. Be careful. It could be a mistake to have the inner screen on too early. And I am bearing in mind that the standard size for a hornet guard is 5.5 millimeters, not 6. So I don't think this is a direct replacement for the hornet guard that we will be looking at later on. Now, one other thing to note in these photographs, and something very few beekeepers in this country do, note the different hive colors, a very common sight on the continent. Distinctive hive markings reduces drifting and thus the incidental spread of pathogens. That is going to be even more important. Now, I mentioned departmental beekeeping associations. One of the ones is the Friends of the Bees of the Val d'Oise, just above Paris. This association has been very proactive in testing apiary defences, and their favourite Muselier is this arrangement. By the time the hornet sees the bees emerging from the pipes angled up, they're going so fast the hornet can't catch them. And on return, the beekeepers go at high speed for the horizontal pipe coming in lower down. The problem, as the friends themselves identified, is that the beekeeper cannot see the landing board, so they find they have to open the hives more often. That is not a good thing to have to do. As I said just now, the Muselier does not, of course, stop the bees from being predated as they return to the hive. You need to reduce the hornet numbers in the apiary, and the way to do that is to trap them. Now, skeptics used to argue that this is pointless and has little effect on the development of the hornet nest, but others disagree, and surely the point is what's actually happening in the apiary. Remember that the Asian hornet nest starts each year from just a foundress queen and a handful of early workers. So you will have a much bigger impact on the hornet's nest development if you can trap those early workers. And there are a number of ways of doing this. You can use baited traps, but they do take time and effort on your part because the traps have to be emptied and the bait regularly replaced. But don't play at it. You need 4 traps per hive, 1 in front, 1 behind, 1 on top, 1 underneath. And don't forget the 1 underneath. Some regular general rules. Don't start summer trapping prematurely. You do not want the bait you use to attract the hornets. Wait until they have found the apiary. What bait to use? It seems to be a common question. Well, baiting traps with live hornets caught in a net is an INRA recommendation. Nothing beats live hornet pheromone as a lure, and don't wash out the traps afterwards. Some pay a lot for commercial baits. The universal French bait of beer, wine and dark fruit syrup is actually quite expensive when you think how many traps you're going to be using. So many beekeepers just use pressed apple juice. And it doesn't have to be Waitrose organic pressed apple juice. Aldi's is just fine, but it does need to be pressed. Juice from concentrate does not have the same aroma. French beekeepers have been at the forefront of developing and promoting the use of selective traps. Here we have a national prize-winning selective funnel invented by Denis Jaffre. He's a beekeeper and a member of GDSA 29. It has become the selective trap to use in the apiary. It's carefully sized to exclude insects such as Vespa crabro and has escape slots for insects smaller than Vespa velutina. You buy the funnel in pairs, placed in the trap opposite each other to get a good flow of air across the bait, kept in the separate box below. They sold over 44,000 of their funnels. Now they make the whole trap, but that comes in at around €100. What bait to use with these traps? Wax cappings and fermented honey placed under the OMF. Works really well. Make sure the honey has fermented by putting it in a warm place because you don't want to attract the bees. If you have a hive that dies out, you can incorporate his funnels into a super, as you see here top left in Denis' apiary. Denis' recommendation is to use 2 of his traps in the apiary, place them with the prevailing wind in mind so the hornet, following the olfactory clues, finds them first. You can make your own version. Details are in that PDF I talked about. Now, I cannot leave out another defense used in France, that of the Trojan horse. Some beekeepers, I do not care to say how many, trap the hornets in a net held against a bucket and spray them usually with fipronil mixed with something like milk. You can see it in that spray bottle sitting on top of a hive. The hornets are released to fly back to the nest, and after about a couple of dozen hornets are treated in this way, the nest is poisoned. There is no doubt that it works in reducing predation in the apiary. At least it does for a short time or until another nest finds the apiary. The problem is that chemicals such as fipronil degrade into even nastier poisons that are now sitting out there ready to poison birds and contaminate the environment. Ultimately, the Trojan horse is probably going to be the only way of controlling the hornet, but not with the chemicals that are currently being illegally used in this way and which in France are now prohibited for that use. Research is being undertaken in both France and Spain to try and get a solution to this, and a commercial firm in Italy is trying to get a product licensed. For the present, it's far too risky to the environment, so please don't do it. Another method for reducing predation in the apiary is the electric harp, or harp électrique as it is known in France. It is another device invented by beekeepers. Early versions were invariably home built, and there were problems with reliability and placement, which is very important. But now that we've had a chance to look at them over a number of years, they are proving to be very effective indeed at reducing predation, reducing stress, and increasing foraging. So we should not ignore them. This is what the municipal apiary in Balma, a suburb of Toulouse, had to say. They trialled the harp, having in 1 year lost 14 out of 17 of their French bee colonies. The harp, or APHA, as it is known in Spain, is a grid of fine stainless steel wires electrified by a couple of thousand volts. They are usually 80 to 100 centimeters wide. The hornet doesn't see the wires as it flies around the hives. It flies into them, is stunned, and falls into either a water bath where it drowns or into a capture chamber with escape holes for any smaller insects that get in there. The smaller honeybee, if it flies through the harp, usually flies straight through. With the wet version, it's a good idea to put a bit of washing up liquid in the water, but be careful, as bees can drown in the tray thinking it's a water source. Researchers studying the use of the APHA over 2 years in Spain have confirmed the efficiency and selectiveness of these traps. Although I did read a paper the other day where they'd use 1 APHA per hive in their trial. Now that ratio would be way over the top and rather misses an essential point. You are not looking for 100% reduction in hornets outside the hive because that's an unattainable goal. You're looking to make a difference in conjunction with all your other measures. We'll look into ratios and costs a bit more in a minute. There is a version of the APHA which is actually a baited trap. As you can see, the wire grid is folded over to enclose a bait tray. You would use these for spring or autumn trapping rather than to reduce predation. Incidentally, autumn trapping is the form of trapping that is recommended by scientists because of the much lower risk of collateral damage. But I have to point out that as the workers and the male sexuals die out over winter, and if only 5 to 10% of queens survive hibernation, then 97% of what you catch in the autumn was going to die over winter anyway. So you have to ask if this is a good return for your effort. If you're a DIY person, it is straightforward to build your own harp as long as you follow some simple rules. Full details are in that PDF. It is difficult to make a harp electric for less than you would pay for a kit from Spain, even if you paid import duties. But you can definitely cut costs on the power unit by cannibalizing an electric fly swatter bought off Amazon. Now, you might think that they're not designed for continuous operation and that they won't last, but I can tell you that from more than 2 years of testing them, they are powerful, they are a very small drain on the battery, and I have been amazed by the robustness of the electronics. Do not try to use electric fence units. They are not suitable and they are far too powerful. Don't try to run these off a solar panel on its own. You will need a battery and a timer. As I said, full details in the PDF. How you deploy the harp or APHA is very important. The principle's really simple. Bees fly out and up, but the hornets tend to fly around the hive, lurking under the landing boards and popping out from the sides. So you place the harp out of the bee's flight path, but in the flight path of the hornets. The choice of placement is between Spanish style. Placed in front of the hives, it's more effective at catching the hornets, but with an increased risk of trapping bees. So don't have them out during the swarming season. Put them 30 to 40 centimeters away from the sides of the hive and slightly back. A harp for every 4 to 5 hives and always one at each end. Long grass or a barrier in front of the hives pushes the hornet's flight path closer to the harp. French style puts the harp between or behind the hives, less efficient, but safer for the bees. And a tip from the Spanish, move them around because the hornets learn to avoid them. And another tip from me, keep the HV power source away from the hive, not the harp itself, but the HV power source. I don't think the bees like the electrical noise of the electronic circuitry. Now, these are Sanvé APHAs, paced French style, and note a version of the Lepeletier on the front of the hives and the bottle traps underneath. Anna is going to be talking to you about the economic effect of the hornet on beekeepers, but let's home in on the cost of this. 2 APHAs like this, which would protect 4 to 5 hives, a power unit with a photocell, a couple of new batteries from Halfords and a charger. So the ballpark figure, that's just over £300 to protect 4 hives. Now, for me, that was a no-brainer because I consider it my duty to protect my bees, but I know others will be considering the economics very carefully. So let me put it this way. What's it going to cost you in lost honey production if you lose one of those 4 hives, which is extremely likely if you don't use these defenses? What premium do you put on your time and effort if you are continually having to restock colonies? Now, more APHAs, but this time configured Spanish style. Sanve, one of the leading Spanish experts on these apiary defenses, disagrees with placing any attractant traps in the apiary at all during the predation window, arguing that it is counterproductive and just draws more hornets to the apiary. Whatever you decide to do, bait trapping or electric harp or both, it is important to catch those early workers and slow the development of the hornet's nest. Push the period of maximum predation as late as you can. Okay, case study here. Highlighted here in red is the Department of the Ure. Again, it's about the same size as Devon. In 2016, this department reported a few hundred nests, but the hornet was slowly establishing itself and the climate was changing. Just 4 years later, the department's Luke Collective destroyed over 1,000 main nests and 600 nid primaires. And in fact, in 2018, which was the last surge year before last year's surge, they destroyed over 3,000 nests in the Ure. Blondine Barriere, pictured here, is an agricultural health technician who got together enough money to invest in beekeeping for extra income. And I have to say, in France, that is one of the primary reasons for the small beekeeper. Let's pick up her story, but remember what I said about the need for beekeepers to know the Asian hornet's life cycle and what happens if there's a warm autumn. At the beginning of November, in the space of 2 weeks, an attack by Asian hornets decimated the honeybee colonies installed by Blondine Barriere in her village in the Ure. Still shocked by her loss, Blondine had never experienced such a situation at this time of the year, but autumn broke heat records. She had removed her traps and the brambles she normally puts around the hive. Well, I don't think it would be any consolation to her, but I don't think her traps would have changed the outcome. We're now talking of direct attacks, not hawking, and her makeshift bramble Merseliers, and hey, if it works, do it, wouldn't have stopped the hornets because the bees were clustered and there wouldn't have been a guard force to deter them coming through. She is not the first to get caught out by this. These late attacks happen all the time. Now, a direct attack is foiled by restricting the entrance to the hive to 5.5 millimeters. And you need to do this even if you're using a Merselier, unless it's something like the Stop It Max. And I've already said I've got a doubt about the inner screen on that. Be careful because the restrictor will also stop drones, so you shouldn't have these on too early. Be very careful if you put them on national hives with landing boards, because I can tell you it's very easy to trap your bees in the hive. And remember that most losses are caused by hawking and the hidden effect of stress on the bees. So you cannot just rely on the entrance restrictor alone, which some ill-informed beekeepers still try to do. One other point to make, you often see beekeepers using mouse guards. There are circumstances early on when a mouse guard might be appropriate on a weak colony, but the openings are too big for use in the autumn. The hornet can get through them. You need the correct hornet guard in place before the bees cluster for winter, or you can lose that colony because the hornet will walk in through the mouse guard and murder the bees in their beds. As well as managing the defences in the apiary and within the vicinity of the apiary, beekeepers need to take the periods of hornet activity into account when beekeeping, and it is because of the stress factor that the French National Bee Health Association urged beekeepers to be very cautious about opening the hive during the period of maximum predation and foraging paralysis. Beekeepers need to get intensive hive manipulations out of the way before the hornet's predation in the apiary really builds up to be a problem. Typically, that's by the beginning of August, Last year, it was by the beginning of July. So you can see how that made life a lot more difficult for the beekeeper. In the period of predation, the rule is hive manipulations need to be minimized and, if required, done early in the morning, just after dawn or just before dusk. Remember, the Asian hornet only predates during the day. It has to get going in the morning, and at dusk they always return to their nests. Now, when I talk about managing the situation, and I'll be summarizing that in the next slide, which is my last slide, what I include in that is managing the bees. Now, I don't have time today to go into this in detail because it's a subject all of its own, but all these factors were identified by a French Senate committee examining French honeybee colony mortality. The beekeepers' main concerns, tier 1 as I call it, are highlighted in bold. The Asian hornet is a second-tier concern in a multifactorial situation. Well, perhaps it wasn't until last year. It is essential that beekeepers look at this holistically. Colonies need to be strong, healthy, and settled if they are to withstand the Asian hornet. When the hornet arrives, it will be vital that the beekeeper is alongside the colony, anticipating developments and paying close attention to what is happening. Now, I want to summarize now, and this is actually a summary of the whole brief, so not just defenses in the apiary. I'm using traffic light colors. Red is bad, green is good, and amber can go either way, depending on circumstances. First, let's recognize that inaction and lack of knowledge on the part of the beekeeper are two of the Asian hornet's greatest allies. Certain factors are going to determine the scale of the problem you face. What precise climatic zone you live in will determine the degree of infestation you are likely to get. If you're down south in England, you're going to get more bees, more hornets than if you're living in the Midlands or up north. By far, the biggest factor affecting nest numbers each year is the weather. Remember, if it's a good year for your bees, it will be a good year for the hornet. If you are an urban or suburban beekeeper, you are likely to get more hornets than if you're rural, although I think that differential is now being questioned by some of the researchers. I think particularly in Spain, I've seen researchers wondering where this idea that the hornet is a urban dweller has come from. By a river, more than in a wood. All these factors are cumulative, so we have to look at this holistically. Sick bees are in no shape to fight off the Asian hornet, so there is an additional need for good apiary hygiene. Bees with a high varroa load are compromised, and that seems to be a really big problem in France at the moment. Well, it has been for years. But during predation, avoid fast vapor treatments that stress the colony. Make sure your beekeeping practices are not actually making things worse. And above all, avoid stressing the bees. Get the colonies settled before predation picks up, and then it's minimum manipulation, time just after dawn or before dusk. One size does not fit all. It's important that the beekeeper monitors what's going on with each colony and adapts what they're doing to best support it. Now, that's a tall order for the bee farmer, but it's not for the hobbyist. Integrated defense is all about putting the right measures in place at the right time. Emergence of the foundress queen should prompt the start of selective trapping in and around the apiary, but only until the end of May. Make sure that your apiary environment is in favor of the bee and not the hornet, and avoid single hives. Sorry, I've got slightly out of sequence there. Consider uniting weak colonies while there's still a flow on. Weak colonies are very vulnerable, and if you have nukes, close the entrance right down during predation and consider putting it immediately above a strong colony. Before predation starts, get the larger mesh museliers or basic stoppets on the hive. Be cautious about small mesh museliers on the hive too early in case you interfere with swarming or drones. And the same applies to putting hornet guards on too early, which is why you need to know the hornet's life cycle. The start of predation in the apiary should see the commencement of apiary trapping and or the deployment of the harp electrique. Your bees should never be short of food. Don't forget that sometimes the hornets will attack the hive directly, so get an entrance restrictor on there, and if possible, can you move the bees to somewhere where the hornets haven't found them yet? Above all, it is down to the beekeeper to understand and manage the situation. Okay, now that was an extract from the Asian Hornet Beekeepers Guide briefing. It just remains for me to thank the French institutions and associations that made the information in this briefing available. And whatever you do, don't start reinventing the wheel. The French beekeepers have done that for you. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm going to stop there, and I see I'm bang on 45 minutes.
Thank you, Andrew. Hopefully you can hear me. I
Yes.
really, sorry, it's the first lecture of the day and I'm struggling here already. Thank you very much. That was absolutely excellent lecture. You've given us lots to think about, very good advice, and really valuable oversight of the way we can actually attract our hives. We really appreciate that. I've got one or two questions for you. We said leave them to the end of the day, but if you could just answer one of them quickly, it would be quite, actually there's more coming. I think we'll leave them to the end of the day, Andrew, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
That's our Q&A time, and you'll be able to answer them more fully. We've got a very short break now, which will take us to 10:15. Oh, sorry, 11:15. Time to get a quick cup of coffee, catch up with everything. I'd just like to mention that the program for the day that some people have been asking for, we have put it up on the website. We have got it, I think, in the Q&A somewhere, or a link to it. And I think I can see a link Diane's put up in the chat. So we will try and get something put up either during the breaks and lunchtime, so you can have a sort of refresher of what the timetable is. But thank you once again, Andrew, and really appreciate your time and all your expertise. Thank you. So we'll see you all back at 11:15. Thank you very much. Welcome, Nigel.
Hello, Anne, is that sharing decently enough?
It is showing, yes, yeah.
And the whole screen rather than my pre-screen or anything daft like that.
I think so, yes. I think you've got the right one there. Yeah.
Good. That's always a bit of a hit and miss.
Well, I think it's always a struggle to know how it's going to work on the day. Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Anyway, let me formally introduce you. We have here Nigel Semmence. I'm sure he's very well known to most of you in the UK. He's the contingency planning officer and science officer, I should say, for the National Bee Unit, who keeps us up to speed about what is happening in the UK and what is the units and the National Bee Unit are actually doing on our behalf to try and keep these uninvited guests at bay. So I'm going to hand over to you, Nigel, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Anne, and thank you for that great introduction and for inviting me to speak today. Most of you will be familiar with me, and as Anne said, I'm the contingency planning officer for the National Bee Unit, and one of my major parts of that for the last 6 years has obviously been Asian Hornet. So I'm going to talk about our response today, try to give you a detail of that, and within that, the current situation as well. So you're all familiar with the Asian Hornet. I won't do a description of it because Andrew's covered it, and you've had plenty of other talks in the past. But it is clearly very separate from our European Hornet. That's very common in the UK, and the clear features are obviously the single orange band on the abdomen of the Asian Hornet, as opposed to the very wasp-like abdomen of the European Hornet. You may think I'm overemphasizing this in a talk to experts on Asian Hornet, but in the UK, the distinction between these two is one of the key features, and I'll detail that as I go through. Obviously, also the yellow legs and the patterning on the head is also distinct, but less easy to see, certainly in flight. One of the key goals set by DEFRA for the National Bee Unit is beekeeper awareness, and we do that in a huge number of ways. When an outbreak happens, and I'll go into the details of this later on, we put information up on our RSS feed, which goes directly to beekeeper associations. We send alerts out to beekeepers. We also do a lot of background awareness. We've got the ID guide and poster. We've got how to make monitoring stations, traps, articles and papers, how to report sightings, lots of videos by the scientists at FERA. We've got historic information on all the sightings and nests being updated every year, and loads of images of Asian hornets and nests as well. We do talks like this one today. The regional bee inspectors do regional forums, bee health days, regional newsletters. So lots and lots of information on Asian Hornet coming out from us. At the bottom are our two major bits of literature written by the Non-Native Species Secretariat that we work very closely with another part of Animal Plant Health Agency. And the first one is really the ID sheet with the ID on the front of it, but on the back it shows the similar species. And then there's a poster. All of these are freely available. You can order them directly from us in A4, A3, as many as you dare ask for, and we're very happy to supply them. The Non-Native Species Secretariat, conveniently enough known as the NNSS, are really responsible for wider awareness. And keyly that summarises government organisations and non-governmental organisations. So that's an awful lot. They're quite a small unit, but they do this directly through their website and by having direct contact with senior managers at a lot of these organisations. So it's sort of a top-down approach. Key ones that they've made aware, and there are many, many others, but these are key ones I'm often asked about. Natural England, Forestry Commission, our plant inspectors, and in fact animal health inspectors as well, are all aware of Asian Hornet, how to report it, etc. They've also done a lot of awareness raising with key organisations, public organisations. So all of these have pages or articles on their websites with links to how to report to non-native species. Species, and that is the Royal Society of Protection of Birds, Natural History Museum, Wildlife Trust, Bumblebee Conservation Trust, Countryfile Magazine, Royal Horticultural Society, and many, many others, including local parish councils. And if you're in the sort of southern half, as Andrew said, of the country, I would recommend you, if you haven't got a local page on Asian hornet that links in to the non-native species pages, I would suggest you encourage your local council to do so. We've also done, in collaboration with Non-Native Species Secretariat, lots of work with pest controllers. There is a leaflet directly aimed at pest controllers for awareness raising, basically saying that they're not to treat, they are to report. That goes out from the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health, and we regularly have colleagues from National Bee Unit and Non-Native Species attending Pest Tech and Pest Extra every year. A little bit of what I'm going to cover now is about the wider awareness and, public awareness. There's quite a lot of public awareness, more so than most people realize. And I mean by public, the wider public than beekeepers. Obviously, there are the Asian Hornet handbooks and that you're all aware of, but also now Asian Hornet is in all the entomological guides. It's the Comprehensive Guide to Insects by Brock. It's in the last two versions of that, and all of this awareness is building up out there. As Andrew covered, and you've heard before, and I'm not going to go over it in detail, it's important to have an idea of the vast scale of Asian hornet in mainland continental Europe, and it is a big problem. Estimations, and they are only estimations for France, that they've actually got now 1 nest per km squared on average, so that's 543,000 nests, and that's probably an underestimate, to be honest. Spain, you'll see the figures later on. We're up to, in 2021, 28,000, obviously more last year, and they're at a density of just under 1 nest per km squared on average. Obviously, there are higher densities when you get close to the coast and various other environments that will be described later, I'm sure. Jersey, you're going to get very graphic details of in later talk, but they're now up to 174 nests in 2022, which is a density of about 1.45 nests per km squared. Belgium, obviously Andrew's figures was higher than mine and probably more accurate, but huge number of nests, but a bigger country and a lower density. And the UK, we've got a very low figure at the moment. We may have missed nests, I fully appreciate that, but they don't remain missed for long, as has been seen in all these other countries. So we're hoping we're keeping it low and keeping in the eradication phase we're currently in. A little bit of an aside, but quite important really. There's been quite a lot of work done in the background at Ferris Science Limited on behalf of MBU and DEFRA, and the latest paper recently out is the sort of pre-study, if you like, and this has already been followed up by various universities, may discuss it later, and this is the molecular identification of Asian hornet prey from larval gut contents, and it's moving on the technology that's been used to identify what the hornets feed on, and it's using a meta-barcoding methodology, which basically just says whatever DNA is in the gut of a few hornets, hornet larvae that have been analysed from each nest. So it's been 10 samples from a nest in Jersey, the Tetbury nest, which was our first one in the UK, 1 from Alderney, 1 from Gospel, and 1 from Woolacombe. What's very interesting about this is if you compare everything to Jersey, where they've got a really established population relatively, compared to the other places on here, you can see that honeybees in yellow is a greater proportion of the diet, whereas in all the other places with the lower density of Asian hornet, it's wasps, which is certainly very high up as a major part of the diet. There's more to come on this. The technology is advancing all the time, but it's a very interesting area. We do a lot on awareness raising, as I mentioned, and Beecraft published a really good article by us on the various different things that can be confused. We do get a huge range of insects. I enjoy looking at photographs of things that are clearly not Asian hornet, but the biggest one that is mistaken is European hornet by a long way, and I'll just emphasize that a little bit for a while. There was a project done at Harper Adams University MSc project last year, which analysed all the reports we get by email. So this were just the email reports. So I'll show you the total number of reports in a moment. And for these 2 years, these email reports were 1,640 of them for the first year for 2021, 20, apologies, and for 2021 it was 941 emails that were sent in. As you can see from this slide, the greatest proportion of them were by far European hornets. So these were the ones that came in with a photograph or a clear description that could immediately get a response saying, no, that's a European hornet or a hoverfly as appropriate. Of the reports we receive, around 60% of them come with a photograph or description that allows to go to the ID level. The rest of them get a reply back saying there's not enough details and here's links to sites to confirm your ID and please send another one if you get a photograph. Hoverflies was next, and then wood wasps and a whole range of other things very, very low down. If you look at the spread of these across the country, it's very much a southern focus, these reports, and what you very quickly see, if you overlay a spread of European hornet with that, it matches. So unsurprisingly, what we're getting is a huge range of misreporting of European hornet. Now, on the app that I'll mention in a moment, the Asian Hornet Watch app, we're seeing a decrease in numbers of Asian hornets reported on that methodology as opposed to emails, for example. And that's simply because we have photographs of European hornets on there. And if you, as you're reporting your Asian hornet, you decide it's not an Asian hornet and then click the button that says it's a European hornet or wood wasp, it goes as a record for those species rather than as a record for Asian hornet. So if you can encourage as much use of the app as possible, please do so. How can I also be confident that we don't have established populations out there, you know, that they don't remain hidden? That is the one clear thing from the biology and from what we've seen so far. However, we've also had a very good citizen science project going on called the Big Wasp Survey, which has been going on for 4 or 5 years now, where a huge amount of trapping is done at the end of August into September. It's targeting workers of wasps. It's looking at the whole wasp family for ID, but as you can see, that is spread across the whole country, and so far they have never reported an Asian hornet. On their website they have links in to how to report Asian hornets, so this is another form of citizen science going on, which spreads wider than the beekeeping community by a long way. And as I always do in these talks, there is you, Asian Hornet teams, key, absolutely key to response. We would be scuppered without you. The more raising awareness that you can do with the public, we're only limited in numbers, we can do it top down. We really need you doing it where you're close to a port, where you're close to, where you've got your local gardening societies to do talks, to raise that awareness, so the awareness across the whole country is increasing the whole time. There's a fine line to scaremongering, and it's a difficult thing, but I think raising awareness is where we are, and we need to keep that going forward. Obviously you can help public with ID as well, and we'll talk about the small numbers of things we feed back to local AHAT teams to help with that when we haven't got the resource to go out. Always get questions about what does an AHAT do during a response. Well, the key thing is we will often come to you for local knowledge of contacts, where to find a village hall, if we need a place to put equipment, that sort of thing. The key thing actually is as soon as an alert goes out in an area, to check your own traps, to put traps out in hopefully wick traps, which I'll show in a moment, and to just basically monitor the environment. And I'll show you the type of places you can see Asian hornets in a moment. The last one is only when required. We obviously work in small teams. We find between 4 and 6 people can detect Asian hornet nests in 2 to 3 days. That's a bit of an exaggeration in the sense of it actually takes shorter. But our weather in September and October usually means that 2 of the 4 days are bad, and we can't follow any hornets on bad weather days. And in fact, our sightings are usually found in 1 or 2 days on the ground. Now, that's because they're able to get on with doing the track and trace, which they're all trained in. A lot of them go across to Jersey to practice the techniques. And of course, we actually send often more people to response than we need, so they get the experience. But what they're not there to do is manage hundreds of people running around. So at the moment, we ask you to keep away. But if we need you, and we have in many occasions used beekeepers to help us monitor apiaries, or if it's actually a sighting in their apiary, we get them involved in the track and trace. But health and safety is paramount, so we prefer not to have vast numbers. And the biggest thing here to do is thank you for all your help. That's absolutely key to our response, and will be into the long term as well. How do you spot Asian hornet? All of these photographs on here are UK photographs, usually at the start of a response. September to October, ivy is out. You will find male and female Asian hornets on ivy, either foraging for nectar themselves to get energy, or feeding on wasps or hoverflies that are there. Find them on fruit of all sorts of fruit, fallen fruit, fruits on the tree, grapes, all of these sorts of things. Obviously also as well, though rarely seen in the UK, but seen quite commonly where higher densities of Asian hornets are, on trees or woods gathering paper or resin. Also, you can find them on carrion. I mentioned the DNA study earlier. Actually, the DNA study picked up hedgehog in one of the nests where they'd been feeding on roadside carrion and carried that meat back, and that was detected in the metabarcoding methodology. And also, but minor in the UK at the moment, in front of your beehives. We just do not have the density at the moment, so you do not see them. There's been no occasions when you're seeing anywhere between 2 to 10 hornets hawking in front of beehives like you can easily see in France or other countries. Here's an example. I think I've got my slides right, and I hope this plays. Of a video of Asian hornets hawking in France. They're very easy to spot. One of the key things you will first notice is, of course, the honeybees aren't flying. They are doing that carpeting behavior that was described earlier. But the Asian hornets are not difficult to recognize in these circumstances when they get to these levels. Hawking behavior is often, it's a difficult term to understand, and it's slightly different to the behavior of European hornet. And this is a video by Meg Seymour, one of our now RBIs, but when she was an SBI down the southwest. And European hornet is clearly different in flight and clearly behaves differently. And it doesn't turn around and collect the honeybees as they return to the nest. It picks off the dead or dying, or picks off the ones slightly away, but you'll see the behavior here now. Quite a different behavior, I'm sure you'll appreciate. And also quite clear to see the wasp, the reddish, general reddish color, and the wasp colored abdomen. How do we monitor for Asian hornet? Well, there's a fact sheet on BBase. The easiest way is to make a honey jar, preferably a plastic one, from a health and safety perspective, into a wick bait station using a bait like Sutera or Trap It. Other baits that can be used, as we mentioned earlier, is just sweetened apple juice. That works very well. Meat can be used, as shown in the top right here. We've got Asian hornet on some fish here, cooked or uncooked, all work very, very well in different circumstances. So not a difficult thing to do, to monitor for. How you report is preferentially through the Asian Hornet Watch app. And why I say preferentially is mentioning previously is 2 reasons. One, it records your actual location. So if you've got the app on your phone and you see an Asian hornet in your apiary or on a stand of ivy or any other flowering plant, then you just take a photograph of it and send it in via the app, and that will record the location and all the details you send in. You can use an online recording form when you come home. Obviously, you then have to put the details of the location in and send a photograph as well with that. And the same with the alert email. The difficulty we have with the alert email is a lot of them we get just says, I've seen an Asian hornet. no description of where, not usually any other form of contact details bar the email address, and we don't always get a reply back. So we much prefer the top two methods, and especially in the Asian Hornet Watch app, if you can. How many alerts do we receive? So this is on all three of these methodologies. We receive about 5,000 a year. It's peaked in the past up to nearly 10,000 in 2020, and that was because of all the newspaper reports of other hornets around the world that caused that level of interest. You can see timings of when we get these alerts on the right here, and basically we get two peaks, and the two peaks equals when you have wasps and hornets emerging in the spring and when you have European hornets queens out in the autumn. We have about 100 of them that we triage. So UKCEH does a wonderful job for us. They triage all these sightings, send all the replies out automatically to the different levels of report, and we have an average of 4 confirmed Asian hornets per year. We had 4 in 2022. Only one of them was linked to the nest. I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm just going to pick some examples to give you an idea of our response. This is an example from Ascot in 2021. This is an old-fashioned map on here, but it just shows a very simple track and trace. I'm sure Pete's going to go into details on later on, that we use, where we just record the lines of sight of the hornets flying from the bait stations. We do timings on that I'm sure Alastair will talk about in his talk, and that helps us to triangulate in onto the nest. And as I say, we can usually find this in 2 to 3 days, 4 days allowing for the bad weather. So it was reported on Wednesday the 6th of October on the Asian Hornet Watch app. We confirmed it on site on the 7th, nest found on the 11th in the black poplar. We're getting quicker and quicker at this every year. It was approximately 25 meters from the ground. We killed it then on the same day and removed it on the subsequent day. Very importantly, there's a huge amount of comms we do during an outbreak. It's not always appreciated widely because a lot of it is local. First thing is, as soon as it's confirmed officially, which takes 2 or 3 days for the sample to get up to York and be confirmed in the laboratory, we're already on the ground responding by this point in time. But then it goes out on the gov.uk Asian Hornet Rolling News page. We, on the same day, inform the Bee Health Advisory Forum, which is representatives from the BBKA, Welsh beekeepers, bee farmers on. We send on the same day again, we send an alert out to local beekeepers roughly within 20 kilometres. It's normally done by county boundaries now. But that can only go to those that are on bee base and we've got records and email addresses for. We directly contact local associations. We directly contact local Asian Hornet teams as well. Often local association chairmen or secretaries may pass on to the APHA teams for us because we've obviously got a lot to do on those days. But very keenly, we also contact local councils and keep the police advised. Obviously, as you'll see in a moment, we're wandering around in bee suits. There can be a lot of public concern about this, and it may be that we need police support to cordon off areas to help us with controlling the public. So we work very closely with them in the response, and many other agencies too. Here's an example in Ascot of a report that went out from the local council during the response, and that very keenly helps awareness in the area, raise the public knowledge of it, and they usually have a link through to how to report as well. And obviously we get more sightings in the area that we respond to be sure that we haven't got more than one nest in an area. If you want an example to read more details on, Beecraft published, Stephen Fleming, one of their editors, came out with us during the Ascot nest. It's quite close to him, response, and he details the response. So it's very much worth reading that, and you can get that from ourselves or from Beecraft. We use now Vulcan P5DB, and my heartfelt thanks goes to Alastair, Christie and colleagues at Jersey who helped us by trialing this out in Jersey. and we found it to be very effective. They've used it over 20-30 times now, I believe, and it's been a very successful move to it. It's quite quick acting. Obviously we wear the bee suits that I've got behind me, an example of, to protect us during this, but we're not very close to the nest in general. We use a probe, a long tube to kill the nest, fire the dust out into it, and then we remove the nest in the same day if we're in a public area, or the next day, depending on timings, and then it's sent up to the lab for analysis. Example here, Felixstowe, Suffolk, is a very good one where beekeepers have helped out great end. So this was a sentinel apiary. That's not really related to why the report came in, but it was a beekeeper who was aware, and their husband knocked down an insect in a shed, and a few days later they discovered the insect on the floor and reported it. Obviously Felixstowe is a major port. We did lots of trapping in the area, and there's no further sightings, so it came in on a container, as is quite likely. We believe it to be a queen, but it was completely dried out internally. Then moving on to Rayleigh on the 25th of September. Again, this is quite interesting, spotted by an Asian Hornet team member. Now, overall, the responses we've had, which I'll give you the numbers in a moment, only about 50% of the sightings are by beekeepers. The other 50% are by the general public. But the last year we had quite a few by beekeepers, so that's very good. This is spotted by an Asian Hornet team member whilst rendering wax. Andrew mentioned any manipulations you're doing with honey or wax may well attract in wasps and hornets, and this happened, and it was confirmed the next day. Nest found on the 29th of September, and again killed the next day, and this time 8 metre high in the sycamore tree. This is the Rayleigh nest. They're all sent up to the lab. It was 40 centimetres in diameter. In general, that's about one of the largest ones we've had in the UK. We get quite small nests if you compare them to Jersey or Europe. It was 6 combs. All life stages were present. We just about always have diploid drones present. In this case, the queen and mated with 1 drone. We do DNA analysis on every hornet, every adult hornet that is collected around a response and from within the nests. All of them so far have turned out to be likely from the European population, but obviously we're doing relatedness between the nests as well. We can't go back many generations, but we can say that none of the nests are related to the previous generation in the UK of nests that have been found. So of the 13 nests that we found in the UK, they're at 11 sites. In 2 of the sites we found both the primary and the secondary nests, so that was from the 1 queen. But as you can see, there is a general southern basis to this, and that's obviously why, because that's the majority of travelling to and from Europe is in via southern ports, and obviously a collection around Portsmouth and Southampton here, going towards the New Forest, of sightings, which is no surprise really. Other sightings we have 13 other single hornet sightings ranging from Scotland all the way down to a ferry across here, and none of them have proven to be related to a nest or to a previous nest in the UK. So again, we're believing everything is coming in as incursions from France and neighbouring countries. So in summary, all nests have been found in September to October, all relatively small. The nest and DNA analysis, as I said, has shown that we're not getting new incursions from Asia. They're all coming from the population in Europe. And again, that we've never had a hornet found in the vicinity of one nest that was from a different queen. And we've also had no confirmed Asian hornets in winter. We respond to these. Asian hornet team members often help us out by going out and looking in late autumn with binoculars at nests and into the winter. Usually they're medium wasp nests, especially in sort of October time, that are mistaken. We've got no evidence at the moment of an established population, and we're still in the eradication phase of the response. And on that point, I'll end. I'll just say that if you could do the quick response code, if we can leave this up for a little while, Anne and colleagues, that would be appreciated, because all feedback helps me develop these talks going forward. But I will happily answer questions now or later on as is decided. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigel. That was very informative talk. And I think it's amazing that we haven't had more hornets in this year. I'd love to hear some research onto possible reasons why, but we have got a question for you. It is, do you know approximately when the updated invasive species strategy will be published by the GB Non-Native Species Secretariat?
The whole document, I do not have the answer to that. I can certainly find out and we can get it put up on your website for you, but that is obviously wider than Asian hornets, and not my purview, but I know those guys well. I will get that answer for you.
Oh, thank you very much. I think that'd be sort of helpful to everybody to actually get a link to it where we can find out.
Well, the simple thing to say is that I'll probably be able to find it as we're talking, and there will be a link to the strategy when it's updated on the non-native species policies, which I had a link to the website later on. I just don't know the date of it, so I will find out for you.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you very much. Do you have any recommendation other than the information that Andrew gave us about using our bait traps and using the small holes in the NBU?
Yeah, no, we've put, I think we've put that up before previously. Yes, we can do that. However, you know, you do get into this huge debate on bycatch, as you're well aware, and monitoring traps. And if you use them with small holes, that's fine. But the easiest way with the monitoring trap is to monitor it daily and to remove any of the bycatch to let that out. I fully appreciate that if you're putting these out in apiaries or the like, that is difficult and therefore a problem. But I would say, as we've seen so far, actually the best thing for spotting Asian hornets is just using your eyes in an area. They don't forage more than roughly in the UK 1.2 kilometres from a nest. We've never had sightings wider than that from the workers. Therefore, they're in a tight area, and you tend to find that once you've seen one in an apiary, and very clearly here in that September-October time period, you very quickly find others, and if you follow their line of sight, you will soon see more behaviour. You obviously get more activity as you get closer to the nest, until you get very close. But bear with me on that one.
I suppose we're quite lucky in this country, and that we actually, where they're coming in through the south, on the whole, the environment is easier to spot them than when you go into some of the more dense areas in Europe. I know we have got dense areas, but
relatively few area. No, I think that the modelling is interesting. The modelling is improving every year. Obviously, as they get more and more reports, more and more data for it from all the countries it's spreading into. At the moment, it's, you know, we may get hornets going up north that come out of a container or whatever, but they're not surviving in the environment. We know somewhere between 95–98% of them are dying. There are far more hornets coming in than we're seeing. That, you know, that will be a fact, but the point is they're not established because they don't remain invisible. Now, every year I say that, I'm waiting for the next year when we get that evidence that they are, but we just, that is life with Asian hornets established in mainland Europe. Until they are eradicated there, we will have to live with that situation.
I have got a question which has come in on the chat, which you might be able to answer fairly quickly. What causes the Asian hornet spread or mobility? Are they accomplishing it naturally, or are they being aided by the global economy?
Yes and no. So the answer is, so if you look at, I didn't show the map of Quentin Rome's interactive map because I think we've covered it here. Yeah. They are spreading naturally, if you like, the invasion front, if you want to term that, somewhere between 40–80 kilometres a year. And that's their natural spread by the queens moving every time they come out of the nest and moving forward. However, that is then aided by jump dispersal, as it's known. But basically, that means going when a hornet goes in a pile of wood to hibernate, and that pile of wood is put on the back of a truck and then moved 200, 300 kilometers. And that can be seen all across Europe how that's happened. So
Yeah.
the answer is yes and no.
I think there's one other thing that somebody said. I think the answer is fairly short to this one as well. It's in the US, we use iNaturalist, a cell phone app, to help identify report.
Yep.
Is this similar to the one we are using?
Yeah, so the iNaturalist, if you go the UK version of that plugs into UKCEH, they see all those links as well. So anything that reported Asian hornet on there would immediately get reported through to us.
Yeah, we've just about got time for the last couple of questions. Have you considered using mechanical drones in aiding the fight against detecting and eradication efforts? I know you worked with Pete.
Yes, so mechanical drones, are they referring here to UAV type things? We've used infrared cameras on small helicopter drones. The problem with infrared cameras is it's very hard for them to actually see the nest. The temperature differential between the outside of the nest, which got lots of insulation, so it's quite cool in the summer months, is not that different to the leaves around it, and in fact, unless you can get lucky and spot them, but in general, following the line of sight works quicker. We have used Pete's method of, which you can talk about later on, of tagging as well in the UK. But again, there are some problems with that, and Pete will go into the details of that. But at the moment, the quickest way to train people is doing the line of sight as is used in Jersey and as is used by ourselves.
Just question from Ian Campbell is saying, who will be responsible for destruction when the NBU eradication containment once the NBU has actually his capacity has been exceeded? I don't know if you heard
so
that.
I think there's a whole, I could talk all day on that one, Anne, as you well know, but I'll try and keep it very short. Yeah. So there's not a clear policy going forward after eradication, because we don't know what the situation is, and that's made very clear to us by our policy department. It depends on what we're finding. We don't jump, as Andrew said as well, we don't jump from one nest to 1,000 nests. That is not the situation that happens. It will go steadily, so there will be a training process that happens in there. Long term, it could easily move from us using our pest controllers, which are just trained operators within the NBU wildlife team, to normal pest controllers. The costs would probably go from government to the householder paying for that, but yeah, all of that is possible. It wouldn't happen instantaneously, and there would be training, and we'd be working together on it, and there'd be plenty of talks between the BBKA and the NBU. It's not going to be a quick switch, I'm sure of it. And our remit, at the moment, and when we're in eradication, we're dealing with it. But long term, like with many other pests and disease, we go to education. So that is how I see it going forward. But I just can't tell you when. I do not have a crystal ball.
Yeah, quick one for you. Is it just Asian hornets that have the two nests, or I think he means primary and secondary nests, or does this occur in other species?
I believe it does. I think we'll have to ask Pete and colleagues to give us a clear answer on that one. I'm not abundantly clear. I'm only dealing with Asian hornets at the moment.
Well, there's something you might know from, I think Andrew's answering it anyway, but it's the EU hornet can be heard quite distinctly. And is the AH similar? And I think you can answer that.
So sorry.
Is the noise made by the...
Okay, yeah. So you hear different noises from different hornets. Asian hornets at different stages in its life. So in general, they can be very silent when they're foraging. The male Asian hornet can be heard very clearly. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, Nigel. That's been very informative, and I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the conference. going to switch over now and see whether Xulio is waiting to come in with his talk. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You might have to turn your camera.
I'm trying to find out how.
Can you turn your camera off? I think that might be it. Hi, Xulio.
Hello, Anne.
It's good to see you again. I enjoyed our short interaction when I came over to Spain. It was very informative, very good. And we're very much looking forward to your talk today, which tell us more about the Atlantic positive program and also your research into the well, basically, it's what the parasites the animals, the insects are getting. So thank you very much. I'm going to hand over to you, and when you're ready, share the screen, and we'll have a few questions just at the end of your talk, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'm going to share my screen.
Should start to share. Yeah.
Yeah. So can.
Brilliant. That's absolutely well. I've got your screen rather than the main screen. Do you put it on?
Can you see?
That's it. That's fine.
Okay.
Great. Thank you very much. Is that okay for you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I will go through to see if.
Thank you very much, Xulio. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I want to thank you for your invitation. I'm quite happy to be able to share with you some of the results we have been getting on our studies on the impact of Vespa velutina in several dimensions of the apiculture and environment impacts. So let's hope that you find it interesting. I'm going to start by introducing a little bit the Atlantic Positive project, which is a European Union funded project where several institutions from different countries have collaborated and doing some joint research on this topic. So just as a quick introduction, I know all of you are aware that Vespa velutina came from Asia, probably around 2003 to France, and it also jumped into the South Korea at nearly the same time. And since then, it has been causing problems in Europe all around where it has established. So his sketch of how Vespa velutina has spread since 2003, and you see that the spread is very quick, and it didn't stop anywhere, but in the physical barriers that it found, the geographical barriers, and probably the weather is also a limiting factor. So we are also studying that in this European project. What I want to express with this graph is not only the rapid spread, but also the high density of occupation of the areas once it sets in. So I have done a rough recollection of how the invasive process is, and you can see, for example, here that it started in around this region in France, and in 2003, and then it is spread by progressing of the invasion front through France at a speed rate of around 40-50 kilometers per year, until in 2010, so this is 7 years after it was first found in France, it crossed the Pyrenees and was first found in the Iberian Peninsula. What is interesting is that the following year, it was already found in the Minho region between Galicia and Portugal. So we can see here that very quickly it experienced two strategies for expansion. One is the a front line expansion, which is slow and predictable, but we also have this kind of very long range. This is around 600 kilometers jumps. Probably they are mediated by human activity, so it's us who transport them across Europe. But that's just a theory. And then the next year, it was found in the north of Galicia, and also it crossed through other ways, through the other side of the Pyrenees into Catalonia. So this was around 2012. And then from these focuses, from these starting points, it started spreading. And in just a few years, 4 or 5 years, it colonized the whole of Galicia and started going through the north coast. And it met the other invasive front from the west, from the east, and both met in Asturias around 2014, and then it was also spreading south across Portugal. As you can see, the interior of the peninsula has been not invaded so quickly, and this is probably because low winter temperatures are a strong barrier for its settlement, because most individuals die during winter if they are very cold, if they are below zero temperatures. So this is probably a nice climatic limit for its spread. But it doesn't mean that global warming is not going to allow the species to progress in these directions. And it may take more time for them to set there, but they are likely to be able to adapt and to invade these regions as well. So we also detected through the genetic analysis another subsequent incomes from France into the West Iberian Peninsula region, and this allowed to recover the genetic diversity of these populations that were initiated by just one propagule a few years earlier. So what we see is that we have an expansion of the invasion front of the population, and then we also have inputs from the main region who help, and these inputs help maximize the genetic diversity of the invasive population. So actually the genetic loss from the peripheral regions with respect to the central region is minimized. This is interesting because it is like a method or a property that allows the species to be more resilient to genetic impoverishment. And then a few years later, we started to have many more reports of long distance jumps, even to Scotland. Well, you have already talked about those in England. There were also sightings in Ireland, in South Lisbon, and last year there was already a colony was detected in Cádiz, nearby the south of the Mediterranean Iberian Peninsula. So what we see is that actually slowly but steadily the population is expanding. Unfortunately for you, you are in an island. That's a big barrier for velutina to progress. But as you know, you are aware of, you are a subject of an input from the continent, and I cannot stress the value of all the effort you are actually investing to prevent its settlement and spread in England, because actually the troubles that it causes are very very high, and once it's settled, it's very difficult to eradicate. This is just for you to know or to remember that there are many other events of wasps and vespids being invasive in other regions of the world. Most of these came from Europe and were transported to different continents, and none of these cases the populations were eradicated, despite huge efforts to do so. So once the wasps and hornets settle somewhere, it may be very difficult actually to eradicate them. And these are two other Vespa species which are not natural to the Iberian Peninsula, but are arriving here as well. This is the Vespa orientalis, which is native of the Levant, the East Mediterranean coast, and it has been spreading westwards, and the first colonies have already been found in the Mediterranean coast of the Iberian Peninsula. And this is Vespa bicolor, which is also an Asian origin or a native hornet that has been found in the south of Spain. So we are having a continuous input of new invasive species, and we don't expect this to be as dangerous or as harmful as Vespa velutina, but one can never predict which is the effect of an invasive species once it settles in a new environment, because it can behave differently from the typical behavior in their own region. Well, most of you already know the anatomical and morphological characteristics of Vespa velutina. This is the typical female worker, and you can see, well, when you see them flying, the first impression you get is you see a large hornet, mostly black, with some very tiny yellow marks on the abdomen, and you see a yellow halo around it. It's like a halo around the wasp, and that's the best way to recognize it. If you don't see it, you cannot handle it, or it's not stopped somewhere. So if you see it flying, actually you see this a large black hornet with a yellow halo around it. And when you compare with other native species of Hymenoptera, what you see is very similar to the Vespa crabro, but the Vespa crabro is more yellowish, more orange, or even reddish, and it doesn't have these yellow tips of the legs, so it's easier to recognize. I just heard that you had a question about the sound that they make. Well, they are much quieter than the European hornet. The hornets make a higher sound when they fly, and the Vespa velutina is a bit lower. You can learn to recognize it. They're very easy to tell one from the other, and the Vespa velutina is quieter than Vespa crabro. Well, as you see, we have many inputs of invasive species, exotic species in Europe. They are listed more than 14,000 exotic species. 2,100 of them are invasive, so they can be a problem if they propagate out of control. And 66 of them have been listed as of European concern, and one of them is Vespa velutina, because it has a very strong consequences on the places where it inhabits. Regarding the ecology, we can summarize roughly into two main problems. One is the predation that it exerts on the native entomofauna, so we don't know which are the ecological consequences of this strong activity, and also specifically the pressure on pollinators, which can be derived from predation or just by causing them stress and changes of their natural behavior. In terms of the society, well, it's very alarming when the Vespa velutina arrives. In the media in Galicia, we used to have a very alarming news about an assassin wasp and everything, and people was very worried about it. And it took a few years for things to calm down, but people was very alarmed and worried about this new species. So in terms of human health, it has strong consequences. So in Galicia, there are recorded or attributed to Vespa velutina between 12 and 15 deaths. Sometimes it's difficult to know if these people have died directly by Vespa velutina attack or just other Vespa, or an allergic reaction to other wasps. So, but that's the best we can do. So this is what the numbers tell, and sometimes it's difficult to know which was the actual insect that caused the death of the person. And there are around between 250 and 300 emergency admissions at hospital per year in Galicia, and these are the demand for vaccinations against allergic reactions for wasp bites duplicated. So in the area of Vigo, for example, they are vaccinating over 400 people per month against allergic reactions. So people is worried that contact with Vespa velutina can cause them harm. Then also, it obviously people who work outside in the country are exposed to Vespa velutina attacks, and they are usually threatened by them, and they have to stop working or to change their routines. And this is people who do work outside cleaning the forests and fields, and people who work with logging and garden weeding. Even the fruit harvesting is very much affected by the presence of Vespa velutina. So I do some wine at home, and last year it was impossible to harvest the grapes because all the vineyard was full of Vespa velutinas, and we had to change all the timing and strategy to do the job. Last year was much easier to do it. So the density of Vespa velutina changes a lot, very much across years and geographical regions. And then all of these impacts have a strong effect on the economy, and Anna is going to talk to you about these estimates a little bit later. So here you see how this is a Vespa velutina hawking over a field of mint. We call this mint, and as you can see, they fly around the pollinators, and sometimes they change their behavior just because of they are pressed by the Vespa velutina presence. So actually, Sandra Rojas in the University of Vigo has estimated and quantified this effect of the hawking effect of Vespa velutina on the pollination of insects. And here is a Vespa velutina hawking in front of a beehive, and you can see how they are very good at catching them and even attacking them when they are on the flying board. And this activity of just one Vespa velutina can very seriously change the behavior of the bee colony. You see here a Vespa velutina. This one here is carrying. It went away. So I think I cut the video too early. So this one was carrying a pellet made of a honeybee. After it catches them, here you can see another one hawking in front of a hive, but this video is very impressive. You see the huge amount of Vespa velutinas that actually attacking these beehives, and how all the honeybees have stopped, and they just make this defensive carpet, but they end up getting into the hive and just trying to prevent the Vespa velutinas to come in. So all this pressure changes completely the dynamics of the honeybees, and we are interested in investigating which consequences does this have on the honeybee health and survivorship. Once Vespa velutina catches a bee, it cuts the head off and the abdomen and the wings, and uses the thorax to make a pellet. Also, here is the pellet. So you can see here how this Vespa velutina is coming in with with a pellet made of an insect that it caught previously. So with this pellet, they feed the larvae inside the nest. So the European honeybees have very few strategies for defending themselves. One is this defensive carpet, which only prevents velutina from getting into the nests, into the hives, but they don't prevent velutina from hunting incoming and outcoming honeybees. So they actually stop flying around, and they just do this structure and end up hiding within the hive after a few days. And a second strategy is to try to capture and kill the attacker, but European honeybees are not very efficient. I recorded this in one of my hives. So you can see here a ball that was made of workers who probably captured one Vespa velutina hornet. And they make a ball around it and try to asphyxiate it and heat up, increase the temperature inside, so the hornet actually dies. But some studies have demonstrated that European honeybees are not very efficient with this, and they very seldom catch one hornet, and they are very inefficient in killing them. So actually this is just a kind of a atavic behavior, and is not efficient against the Vespa velutina. It is probably efficient against other invaders in their hives, but Vespa velutina doesn't. Vespa velutina attacks are not prevented with this behavior. So the arrival of Vespa velutina to Galicia had some serious consequences, and people started using all kinds of control methods to eliminate them or to control them. So these are the traps with some liquid attractants. These are another version of the how do you call them? Trojans. In this case, they cut the back legs of the hornet, so they cannot clean themselves up, and then they spread some insecticide on them and free them to fly to the nests. This is commonly used by beekeepers. People get so desperate that even do hunting seasons for destroying honey nests, which is not very efficient at all, because probably they are able to build new nests somewhere nearby. And these are people who even used gas attacks and against the Vespa velutina, and one family actually destroyed their walls because they tried to gas out one of the nests inside a wall, and exploded, and it just destroyed their wall. These were previous methods to try to protect the hives, which are completely inefficient, because you cannot put all the hives within one of these structures. And this is one of the methods to keep velutinas away of the entrance of the hives. You had a nice talk about these methods earlier, so I'm not going to get into the details. This is just to demonstrate that people, once velutina sets somewhere, people get very, very nervous, and they use all kinds of strategies to try to avoid their presence in their apiaries, which is sometimes is not the wisest thing to do, and it's better to go into and to use the other methods that have already been tested. One of these methods is this is an electric hub, which you have already heard about it earlier as well, and is proven very efficient in terms of it's more specific, so it mostly captures the Vespa velutina, but is more expensive and harder to keep working in front of the hives. And this sometimes things even get ballistic here, because they use a rifle to shoot insecticide balls into the nests that cannot be reached by the people who usually destroy them. So this is another method commonly used in Galicia. But again, this is not very recommended, because if you, all those balls that you miss, all those missed shots are actually going to spread the insecticide around the countryside everywhere. So I think poisons and these kind of methods have to be controlled and regulated, so they are not a threat to the environment. You have also been talking about the prevention. You are in this situation in Britain, and this is very good for you. And I should stress, I cannot stress enough the usefulness of all the methods you put forward to keep in this situation and avoid the setting of the invasive population in your islands, because once it gets there, you have a very short window of time to try to eradicate it. And if you don't eradicate it, then you get into trouble with expanding, exponentially growing population that is going to be very difficult to deal with. As I have already mentioned before, most wasps were not ever eradicated from the places where they were taken from Europe, and once they set there, you have to deal with containment and long-term management, but this is much more expensive and time-consuming, and is much more of a threat to the environment and to the people and apiculture. And given that we were in these different parts of Europe, were at different stages with regard to velutina. So Britain was in the prevention stage, but other regions were receiving new inputs of Vespa velutinas, and some other regions were already in this area of long-term management. We decided to propose and combine our efforts into trying to in this initiative, which is an Atlantic positive, and our main goal here was to contribute to the preservation of the pollination services through the development of integrated approaches for the control of the Vespa velutina that could be interesting for different European regions in different stages of invasion. So this project started in May 2019, and due to the COVID restrictions, it has been delayed for 1 year. So we are expecting to finish it around spring in 2023. So there are different institutions that are partners in this program, and we are representing the different Atlantic regions that were directly affected by Vespa velutina. So we have people from France, from the INRA and the University of La Rochelle. We have people from Necker in the Basque Country. We have 2 universities from Galicia, and another 2 institutions from Portugal, which are the INIAP and the Universidad de Trás-os-Montes. And there's also people from England, from the University of Exeter, and Peter is going to talk later, and also people from Ireland who are interested in preventing Vespa velutina to reach your countries and to get established there. There are also over 20 other associate participants, including representatives of the central administration in Spain and in France and in Portugal. And we also have local communities and councils who joined this initiative and collaborate with the research and produce that and help the investigations. We have representatives of many beekeeper associations of all these regions. and also some specific research centers, for example, from the Guadalajara, who are specialists on the analysis of pathogens, of honeybee pathogens, and also the Polytechnic Institute of Braganza. The main objective of this project was to prevent the expansion of Vespa velutina and to minimize the impact of where it has already established, its impact on ecosystems and also on the socio-economic development of these regions. So the means to achieve this objective are to develop and improve detection and capture techniques, to improve the management of the beehives, to reduce the impact of the plague, and also to define an appropriate and environmentally responsible control methods. So these are the main lines of research, and we have different fields of work. So some people is working specifically on the Vespa velutina biological cycle and behavior. And so these are some of the initiatives in this area. So like study the pollination, its impact on pollination services and its dietary habits. They are studying, for example, the diet of larvae, of velutina larvae. And we also have people studying how the honeybee develops different defense strategies. And we also some other people search on radio tracking methods to find their nests. This is Peter and Sandra's work on this topic, and Peter is going to talk to you about this later. Also, there are people interested in studying how to monitor the expansion of Vespa velutina. So there have been doing some analysis of methods to try to identify the population by area photography and the use of drones for nest detection and destruction. And also there has been an initiative for the dynamic modeling of the Vespa velutina distribution, where we produced a prediction of which regions of Europe are likely to be invaded by Vespa velutina and which regions could host a sustainable population of Vespa velutina, as compared or taking as a reference the original distribution region in Southeast Asia of this species. And then we also have been working on improving the techniques to minimize the impact of on honeybees and other pollinators. So we are studying the effectiveness and impact of traps and baits in the indigenous fauna. We are also studying the interactions between velutina and the native entomofauna. And we're trying to figure out which are the best management strategies to minimize the impact of Vespa velutina in bee production. And this involves capture methods and protection of the beehives. Then in the other line of research, we also have been trying to develop a strategic plan to protect the ecosystem and the economic activities. So Anna, who is going to describe you later, has done a socio-economic analysis of the plague. We have developed several educational campaigns on different sectors to try to communicate the results of our work, and a strategic plan has been written in order to organize the strategies and how to do when you find or how to avoid the negative effects of Vespa velutina. So these are most of the research lines. And finally, people from Ireland and the UK have been working also on studying the routes of spreading of the maritime spreading of Vespa velutina, to try to avoid and to prevent the input of new specimens that are arriving to England mostly, but sometimes even also to Ireland every year. So these are more, in general terms, the 5 main research topics that have been developed in this program. And here is the webpage of the project, and here you can find all the information that we have been producing, and it will be updated until the project is finished. So you have all these topics where to search for information. One of the most efficient protections for the honeybees are the electric harps, as you have already been told, and these are represented here. So I'm not going to get into details, but the benefits of these methods are that they are very efficient from capturing hornets. They are much more specific than the liquid bait traps, and with they can protect a reasonable number of colonies from the main effects of the honeybee of the hornet attacks. This is why we wanted to check what effect do they have on the welfare and health of honeybee colonies. So to do this, we, in a strong collaboration with Sandra from the University of Vigo, actually she was the responsible for this study, we set 3 experimental apiaries with a group of colonies that were protected by harps. We put 1 harp by colony because we wanted to make sure that there were differences between the protected colonies with another set of colonies in each apiary which were not protected. So we wanted to understand which effect do the protection of the colonies have on their behavior, welfare, and health. To do this, we analyzed in a 2-year period different parameters of the colonies, which allowed us to describe the harvesting activity, the food reserves, the brood quantity, and worker weight, and also the parasitization patterns. So I'm going to talk to you mostly about this last topic because this is the one that we have been working on more directly. This study was started in July 2020, and we took samples from July, which is the beginning of the strong attack period of Vespa velutina on the honeybee colonies, and after the attacks in 2020 and 2021. For the parasite analysis, we focused on enteropathogens and also in Varroa. For enteropathogens, we analyzed the Nosimatidae, which are known to have strong harmful effects on the honeybee. And also we analyzed Trypanosomatidae, Lotmaria passin and Ctidia bombi, and Ctidia, well, all kinds of species of Trypanosomatidae, more than 6 species, and also Lipotrophidae, which are known to grow on the fat tissue of the honeybees. So when we analyze Varroa, for example, we got these results in our study of infestation. So we started the experiment with very low infestation of Varroa in the colonies, and the infestation increased a lot at the end of the summer, early October in 20, and the same pattern was found in the next year. We have to point out that it was an anti-Varroa treatment here with amitriptyline, so it's because that's compulsory, and it represents a regular hive management. And what we see is that the protection of harps against Varroa against hornets doesn't have any significant effect on the Varroa infestation. So we don't see any difference on the number of Varroas found per 300 bees on the colonies protected versus the unprotected. There are no differences. We only see a strong seasonal variation, but no differences with regarding to the protection effect of the harps. We did find that an association between Varroa infestation and drone brood, but the problem was that, or the situation was that most drone brood was actually in the protected hives. So actually, we did, in the end result is that we did not see an effect of protection, direct effect of protection on the Varroa infestation. And regarding the other parasites, we did find strong differences between the protected colonies and those that were unprotected. So first, we detected a strong seasonal variation, as you can see here. And there is a huge increase of prevalence of Nosematidae and Trypanosomatidae in the protected colonies. So the protected colonies show a pattern that is more similar to the patterns that were previously described in colonies that were not attacked by Vespa velutina. So, like here in this article. So, what we see here is that the Vespa velutina attack has a strong effect on the prevalence of parasites, on the dynamics of parasites between the honeybees, And when we, the effect actually is that the colonies, the honeybee colonies that are paralyzed and stop harvesting food show lower infestation in at these times of the year, which is in the late spring or early summer of 2021. And then the differences disappear by late summer. So this is interesting because actually what we find, as I'll explain you later, what we find is that the protected colonies do have a much better performance than the unprotected ones. So it seems that what we got with this analysis is that electric harps protect the bee colonies by reducing the predatory pressure and attenuating the colony paralysis. So this colony paralysis prevents the honeybees from working outside of the hives, and this change in behavior changes the normal patterns of the honeybee and parasite prevalences, actually reducing the prevalence. We also saw that the unprotected colonies do not display a higher parasite prevalence, and we also detected that the protected colonies presented greater activity, greater pollen and nectar collection, larger amounts of brood, higher weight of the workers, and higher overwinter survival. Particularly, these differences were more obvious in the apiaries that were under a stronger attack. So we see that the presence of the harps helps the honeybees to keep their regular behavior, and this translates into a much better health inside the colony. And surprisingly, the prevalence of parasites is lower in the colonies that are not protected. But this doesn't have a positive effect on the colonies. On the contrary, the colonies that are not protected have a lower survival rate over winter, which means that the effect of the parasitization on the colonies is probably complex, and it has to be understood in the light of interactions with the other parameters inside the colony. So probably weaker honeybees are more sensitive to the presence of parasites than the stronger and better fed honeybees. So the winter survival is worse for the weaker honeybees, which are those in the unprotected colonies. We were also interested in analyzing the effect or the impact of the Vespa velutina presence, not only in the honeybees, but also in the other pollinators, in European native pollinators. Because as a part of our studies, we came to the conclusion that the Vespa velutina can reach huge densities in some regions, at least in Galicia, but probably in most parts of Europe. And so we estimated that there can be over 100,000 specimens of Vespa velutina per square kilometer in Galicia. So with these huge densities, Vespa velutina is probably interacting with the native parasites of the native Hymenoptera, and this interaction can have unpredictable consequences on the host and parasite dynamics. So we proposed two theories with regard to this, and the first hypothesis is that the Vespa velutina's reproductive success in Europe probably reflects a lower parasitization level than the European native Hymenoptera. So this is kind of an adaptation of the enemy liberation theory, which states that invasive species sometimes carry a lower load of parasites and are affected by fewer parasites than in the original geographical regions. So they actually compete in better terms against the local fauna. And this can explain the success of some invasive species. The second hypothesis we wanted to test is that velutina actually interacts with most parasites that are present in the regions where it's invasive. And this could change the parasite host equilibrium. So to do this, we got samples from Vespa velutina and local and native Hymenoptera from regions representing the distribution of Vespa velutina in Europe. So we got samples from Jersey, and we have to thank Alastair for sharing these samples with us. We got samples from France, from the Basque Country, from our region, Galicia, and also from Portugal. And we got samples of Vespa velutina, and also, when possible, we got samples of common Hymenoptera native to Europe. So common wasps, paper wasps, native hornets, and bumblebees. And we studied the patterns of parasite diversity and prevalence across hosts and across regions. Again, we focused on the enteroparasites of the groups Nosomatidae, Trypanosomatidae, and Lipotrophidae. To do this, we use molecular tools to detect the parasites, and we use different sequencing methods to analyze and determine the sequence identity of the parasites. We got over 1 million sequences from this analysis, and we got some interesting results. For example, we detected a strong geographic variation of the parasite prevalences across the different hosts. So, for example, in Galicia, we got the highest prevalences of any parasite, as you can see. And in Jersey, we got the lowest prevalences for these parasites we have been studying. So the parasites that affect Hymenoptera are vary locally very strongly in prevalence. We also found that there is also huge variation across parasites. For example, Nosametidae are the less common, and most samples are very rich on Trypanosomatidae and Lipotrophidae. So we have a variation across types of parasites and also across geographic regions. We also found that Vespa velutina shows lower parasite prevalence in general than the other local Hymenoptera. So this result suggests that in effect, Vespa velutina is exposed to the fewer parasites and with less prevalence than the native Hymenoptera, which is nearly 25% greater. Perhaps this can help explain the huge reproductive success of Vespa velutina in Europe. And this graph is just to show you that we got some other interesting information. For example, these are a group of parasites. Each circle represents a different parasite, which is connected to other of the same species. All of these come from the same species. So this is variation, genetic variation of one type of parasite. And you can see here that the parasite in Vespa velutina of this species are more closely related to each other than to the parasites which are more common in the native Hymenoptera. So it looks like there is a different genetic differentiation between the parasites that we are finding preferentially within the Vespa velutina from those we find in other native Hymenoptera. And we have to explore why this is so and which consequences this might have. Another result we got in this study is that, and they represent very well the fact that Vespa velutina, which is here coded in gray, appears in all parasites that you see in this tree. This tree represents the genetic variation of parasites of trypanosomatids, and each of these clusters represent a species, one of these species. So these are Lotmaia passim, these are Critidia cantocephali, these are Critidia mellificae, this is Critidia bombi, and you can see that Vespa velutina is exposed to most parasite species. So actually, what this is telling us is that Vespa velutina is interacting with all the native parasites. At the same time, we also see that some parasites are present in most hosts. So this is interesting because it's telling us that the parasite populations are actually interacting with very different hosts. And they probably transmit from one host to another through the flowers and other feeding points of the insects. And actually, there is communication and sharing of parasites between different hosts. And although in some cases, for example, here, we can see that most Critidia bombi were found in bumblebees, which is their main host species. But still, this is very interesting because what it's telling us is that any Hymenopteran parasite can find its way to all the species, to most Hymenopteran species. So one has to be very careful when managing parasites to prevent the arrival of new species that can be harmful to one or to most Hymenoptera. And the last result that we got, which is also very interesting, is that this depth of analysis allowed us to identify new clusters of sequences that probably represent new parasites. So they surely need to be studied in order to determine which effect they have on the health of the honeybees, but also in the other Hymenoptera. So this is what we are trying to do, to do, and we are with this kind of essay, we are trying to develop methods to maintain hornets, Vespa velutina, in the lab and to expose them to different parasites in order to test their ability to infect them and to evaluate the pathogenic properties of the parasites. So as a summary of these results, of this analysis, we got a huge DNA bank of over 1,100 Hymenopterans from across Europe and Asia. We got over nearly 1.5 million sequences of parasites. We found that Vespa velutina interacts with most common European parasites of the native Hymenoptera. We found a large variation of parasite prevalence across European regions, and we also found a huge prevalence variation across the hosts, which is interesting. And finally, we got a new parasite taxa, which probably are interesting to understand the relation between parasitization and the health of the honeybees, but also of the other European pollinators. And this is the group in the University of Santiago who have been conducting these studies. And we also want to mention our collaborators and contributors with samples and idea and with work, who are the University of Vigo, Instituto Politécnico de Bragança, OINIAF de Portugal, NACER from the Basque Country, CIAPA IRIAF from Guadalajara, and INRA from France, and the government of Jersey. And the funding from this analysis was partly produced by European Union and other part from the local administration. And that's all about what I wanted to say.
Oh, thank you very much, Xulio. That was a massive amount of work that you've covered there, and it just shows us what the research is that is going on. And we're very grateful to all those researchers, to those you've mentioned, and to the others around. They're doing such huge amounts of very arduous work to actually try and solve this incursion of these Asian hornets. I've got a couple of questions for you. The first one is, it's relating to what you were saying about the protected hives and the unprotected hives when you were looking at the effect on the bees. Could this mean hornets may be picking off the parasitic? Well, I might have just gone from my screen, but basically it said the parasitical. Sorry, could the hornets that are being affected by the parasites be being picked off by the, are they being picked off the, sorry, I'm going to start that again, I've made a total hash of that. Are the bees, which are being affected by the parasites, being easier for the hornets to pick off, and therefore sort of affecting the unprotected colonies? And although those are going down in number, is it because the parasites are actually increasing? I think that's the nub of the question that was asked.
Yeah, well, it's difficult to understand the direct relationship between the hornets and the honeybee parasites. What we see here is that a hornet attack paralyzes the colonies, and this completely changes the interactions, the natural interactions between the honeybees and the parasites. And the change in the interaction is probably due to the lack of external activity of the honeybees. So the honeybees stop harvesting, and this lowers their exposure to the parasite species. But this doesn't necessarily mean that they are healthier. What means is just that the relationship with the parasite population is not normal. And then what we see at the end of the study is that the protected colonies do much better than the unprotected ones. So the fact that the parasitization levels are lower in the protected colonies doesn't necessarily mean that they are healthier. It probably means that the paralyzed colonies are weaker and they can stand in, they are more affected by, or they are more sensitive, or they are less able to withstand the parasitic presence. So they are weaker they're weaker, and despite having fewer or lower parasitization prevalences, they die off at the end of the year more often than the protected colonies. So there is not a direct relationship between parasitization levels, but probably we have to understand it through an interaction with other parameters of the health status of the colonies, which are worse in the unprotected hives.
Thank you. One other question: in apiaries where hive entrances are in different directions, where would you place the harp? Because in UK here, we do tend to alter the direction of our hives so that the bees coming back don't get so confused. So if you alter those, where would you put the harp to be most effective?
Yeah, we don't usually put the harps before the, how do you call it, when the honeybees, I can't remember how you call it, when the honeybees fly out.
Oh, so that they're a little bit further away when they fly out. Is that what you mean?
No, how do you call it when the new queens fly away?
Ah,
how do you call that?
Yes, that might. Well, that's when they go out to mate.
Swarm.
Yeah, swarm.
Swarming. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah.
The swarming. So we usually don't put the harps before swarming.
Right.
Because in those moments, actually, the honeybees can fall in the harps. We usually put the harps later in spring and early summer, and then there's no problem at all with the localization of the harps in front of the colonies. So not behind the colonies, but ahead of the colonies, as you see. And we can put in like just a few 20-30 centimeters separated from the hives, in front of the hives, but not in front of the entrances, but to the side of the hives, but not behind the hives, but in front of the hives. So because the hornets usually hunt in front of the hives, so when they fly through, they find the harps in that area. So in front of the colonies, in front of the hives. I have a picture here, so you can. I don't know if you can see it here.
You share your screen, we probably can. Yeah.
I'm going to try to share it.
While you're sharing it, I must admit I was quite horrified to see the numbers of hornets attacking the hives. Just incredible.
Yeah. So you see here is can you see the?
Yeah, protection of the hives.
Yeah, here. So here are the hives. These are the harps, and these are the hive entrances. So they are not in front literally, but they are just in parallel to the hives. These are the harps. Yeah. So the flies, the honeybees fly in this direction, come out, and they learn to avoid the harps. And if they touch them, they seldom fall in the harps. So this is not a problem. But in the Oof.
Yeah.
In the season where
Yeah.
I forgot again the swarming season. So
Yes, so you
in
wouldn't
the
put
swarming
them
season we don't put them there.
No. How quickly do the hornets, do they ever learn not to go near the hive, the harps?
Yes, I put them like early July or late June, the harps, and I very seldom find any honeybee falling. And the hornets, I don't really think they learn how to avoid them. They usually avoid obstacles. So if they see them, they avoid flying through. But I don't think they're very good learners, and they learn how to avoid it. No, I don't think that's a big problem.
Well, it didn't look a problem with the ones I saw. There were thousands below the harp.
Yeah, I sometimes can get in just one harp, I can get between 300 and 500 hornets just per week.
I think we're going to have to stop here, but hopefully you'll be around at the end to answer any more questions. But if you can't be there, maybe we can email them to you and get a response. And
Okay,
just to double check, you are happy for us to use your material on the BBKA YouTube, are you?
Yeah.
That's very kind of you. It's very informative, wide-ranging talk, which I'm actually very informative. So thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for the way in which you presented it so clearly. So thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it's time for lunch now. We're going to pause, and we're going to have lunch until 1:20 or 13:20. I'm not sure what time that is in Spain. Sorry, Julia. But when we stop, well, at least when we start back, we're going to have a video that's going to be presented then on a little bit more about the Asian hornet's diet and colonies and nest structures. Its nest structures and the honeybee colonies, really, and we'll be looking at that. So join us 20 minutes past 1. But in the meantime, we've got a few slides of interest that are going up. One of them is for our spring spring conference, I should say, which is up in Harper Adams in Shropshire, and we would welcome you all to it. Plenty of time to mix with other people and see some of the wonderful things that are being presented there, plus the workshops being presented. So do have a look at our spring convention slide. It will give you some of the details and links on where to go. We'll also put up the program again for a short while, and that has a link on the bottom of it, so that you can actually see the link into the BBKA site where you can find the PDFs that Andrew was talking about. So enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back here at 13:20. So thank you very much. And I hope everybody has managed to have a very quick sandwich for their lunch and you're ready for the afternoon session. This is a pre-recorded video and it's going to be presented by Maria Shantal Rodríguez Flores and Ana Dieguez Anton, both from the University of Vigo. And it's about the pressure of Asian hornet on honeybee colonies and the nest architecture. I'm sure it's going to be quite interesting. It's based from work done in Galicia. So thank you.
Hello to everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting us to this event. We are Anna and this is Shantal, and we want to talk about Vespa velutina on the colonies of honeybees, and also we want to talk about the description of the nest. To begin with, we can place the arrival of the velutina in Galicia, located in the northwest of Spain, in 2012. Since then, it has spread throughout the community, especially in coastal areas. In Galicia, more than 28,000 nests have been geolocated in 2021, and more than 150,000 nests were reported to local government authority from 2012 to the present. Vespa velutina is a species that exhibits social behavior with behavioral flexibility, and this may contribute to its introduction. Along with the above, the invasive success of this species is also related to the ability of a single queen to form a large colony and produce many reproductive females that later give it a high dispersal capacity. In addition, the abundance of Apis mellifera, of honeybees, throughout Europe favor the multiplication of this species, since it is probably its main prey, which still does not have a clear defensive behavior against this hornet. In this sense, one of the most affected sectors is the beekeeping sector. Velutina disrupts the activity of the colony and causes, among the other effects, a drop in the production and storage of reserves. Okay, so where are the reporting nests located? Our research group have analyzed the data from all these nests registered by the surveillance and control program of velutina was in Galicia, and with the result we have a paper entitled Embryo Relocation and Secondary Nests of the Invasive Species Vespa velutina in Galicia, that I'm going to explain next. So nowadays, this hornet is present throughout the Galician territory, but 59% of the total nest were from altitude rated low below 200 meters, and 16% at altitude above 400 meters. This implies that the coastal areas were the busiest. Okay, regarding the nest place, about 61% were found in vegetation. The most common were deciduous trees like alder, poplar, walnut, chestnut, oak, willows, and fruit trees. Within the perennial trees, there were usually eucalyptus globulus mainly, and then they use conifers too, such as Pinus, Cedrus, Picea, and Cuprethus. Furthermore, nests were detected in Laurus nobilis, Ligustrum, Olea europaea, and Citrus, among others. The rest, 36%, were found in buildings and 3% in the ground, in soil. Most of the nests were found in buildings, were discovered in the spring, coinciding with the development of the embryo nest. This means places like a roof area, unused attics, walls, waste containers, chimneys, windows, balconies, or even beehive. Okay, so how we can differentiate or describe this nest? We can differentiate two types of nests that differ according to the stage of development in which they are found. Thus, we have the embryo nest of an early stage and the secondary nest of an advanced stage of development. And it is common for this species to relocate its nest elsewhere. In the sense, we can speak or we can talk about relocated nest. Okay, the structure of the embryo nest starts with a single point of union that joins it to the surface, called the petiole. We can see in this video, around this point, the queen makes the first comb of hexagonal cells. This structure is quickly surrounded by a soft, loose, and straw-like cover forming an envelope. Then new layers are added, turning around each other in a spiral. The number of envelope layers increase as the nest is constructed. We can differentiate at the bottom a hole of 1.5 centimeters that serve as an entrance. During this period, before the first worker or males emerge, the queen builds the nest along having a mean cells building rate of around 1 cells per day. When the first individuals emerge, the cells building rate increase until 3 cells per day. We can highlight that we have found males in this kind of nest, in nests a little larger than this. On the other hand, the perimeter of the embryo nest varied or ranged between 8 and 33 centimeters, and then the nest height ranged from 3 to 10 centimeters. Internally, the nest can have 1 or 2 combs supported by small petioles. For the first comb, the area can vary between 2 and 66 square centimeters, and for the second comb, the size was between 2 and 24 square centimeters. Secondary nest had a consistent outer cover composed of compacted layers. Frequently, this cover is more than 5 centimeters wide. The color varies from light straw to dark green. The internal structure is formed by the combs joined with petioles. Nests have one main big lateral entrance and a small secondary entrance situated from the middle to the bottom. Studied secondary nests were from different periods of the biological cycle, thus they have different development stage. The smaller one had a perimeter of 26 centimeters and a height of 8 centimeters, while the bigger one had 162 centimeters of perimeter and 120 centimeters of height. Regarding the number of combs, this varied from only 2 combs to 11 combs, with a mean number of 5 combs. Okay, and the smaller nest had only 33 cells. 21,000 cells were calculated for the largest nest. This gives an idea of the number of individuals that can leave a nest. The mean number of cells was 4,800 cells. The nests grow larger as the season progresses, thus the number of combs and therefore the number of cells increase continuously. Larger nests collected in autumn and winter containing thousands of cells. And then early spring nests and the nests at altitude above 400 meters had the smaller cell area, while autumn and winter nests showed higher cells area values. The area of the cells varied from a mean of 0.39 square centimeters for spring nests to a mean value of 0.56 square centimeters for cells of winter nest. We have to say that the cells area determines the size of the hornets. So hornets from a smaller nest are smaller than hornets emerging from secondary nest. As for the shape of the combs, it follows the patterns of the nest, adapting the size and shape to the place where it is located, as well as the presence of elements such as tree branches or other structure used to support the nest. On the right, we can see a picture of a nest. The photo is upside down since the nest will be in that position in the environment. Normally, from the first comb, that often has a value over 250 square centimeters, to fourth comb, the area increased progressively. Comb 5 has the highest variability inside, and from comb 6 to the last comb, depending on the net side, the area decreases. The smaller nests are spherical in shape, but as they get larger, they become more oval. Nests grow in width and height during the whole growing season. Okay, so regarding to the relocation nest, these nests are characterized because they were found in early summer and the combs were empty of brood or meconium. The number of combs in these nests range from 1 to 3. However, one of them presented the external structure, but without any combs inside. So we have found in the interior of these kinds of nests around 50 hornet female, and we found also eggs, but no meconium, larvae or pupa were observed in the combs. This observation can suggest that the odor found inside of the nest came from a different nest, a different part. Okay, so we could use meconium to estimate the population of the nest. And first of all, we have to say that meconium is the fecal matter that accumulates in the gut during the larva development, and it indicates that hornet were raised in the combs. More than one layer of meconium was observed in cells, both in the embryo and secondary nest. The weight of meconium in the embryo nest was around 40 milligrams, like a mean value that is lower than meconium in secondary nest, that was 60 milligrams. In the middle of the first combs of secondary nest, the cells are used up to 3 times, and in the embryo nest up to 2 times. Finally, to estimate nest population, the total number of eggs, larvae, and the calculated emerged hornet from the meconium were considered. With this, we can see that the laying capacity of the queen is lowest at the beginning of the life cycle and also at the end of the life cycle in the winter. The maximum population is reached in autumn and winter. In this table, you can see an estimated value of 30,000 hornet in a autumn nest. That is why we can explain the great pressure they have on honeybee hive.
Hello, I'm Anna, and I'm going to talk about pressure on apiaries in Galicia. Also, I'm going to talk about the pressure that we analyze in different apiaries in all the territory, and which systems we use for measuring this pressure. And also, I'm gonna talk in the last slides about the most important methods for us to avoid the colony losses. So the first that Shantal told you is that in Galicia, Vespa velutina is present throughout the whole territory. This map is a map of the Xunta de Galicia, is a map of nest warning in 2022. The colors, the first colors are refer to the lowest number of notified nests, and as you can see in the next picture and the next map, these colors matches with the places with the higher altitudes in our territory. So that means that the number of nests of and therefore the pressure on apiaries will depend on the altitude and climatic characteristics of the area. Okay, in this map, I will show you the apiaries that we monitor. We monitor more than 2, but we analyze only 2 until now. So I'm gonna talk about 2 of them. We analyze 2 apiaries in the year 2021 and the last year in 2022. One was in Sergude. It was in a altitude of 260 meters, this apiary, and the second one was in the coastal margin of Galicia in Ribeira, and the altitude was 5 meters. Each apiary had different weather conditions and hornet pressure each year. So now what I am going to talk about is the systems that we use for measuring the pressure and also the weather on the apiaries. We place a camera in front of the 2 colonies. Also, we did the same in the other apiary, in both of them. And also we put an external system that measure temperature and relative humidity. And it was placed around the apiary next to a tree or something like that. Both of them measure the parameters every hour, and the camera runs from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. And so the night we don't have any picture of the hive entrance. To understand better what's the behavior of the hornet and also the behavior of the colonies, we analyze the management methods that the 2 beekeepers use in these 2 years. In Ribeira, no methods against hornets were used in the 2021, but in Sergude, electric ARPs and queen excluder were used. As you can see here, the electric ARP was next to the 2 colonies, and here the queen excluder were used when the pressure was higher in September, and was placed in the hive entrance to avoid that the hornets enter to the colony. Here we analyze the pressure in both of the apiaries. In green one is Ribeira, that was the apiary in the coastal margin, and also the yellow one that is in Sergude. We count the number of hornets that the camera or the picture show us in each hour and each day. So what we saw is that the pressure started before in Sergude, but a higher number of hornets started in Ribeira. Then we saw that the highest pressure in Ribeira was in July, while in Sergude was really low, the number of hornets this month. And what happened in September is that in Ribeira, both of colonies died. The beekeeper and we didn't use any kind of control methods against hornets. But we continued the study in Sergude, and we saw that the highest pressure in Sergude was in October, when the temperature and humidity was lower and the humidity was higher. And the last hornet seen in 2021 in the pictures in Sergude was the 25th of December. That means that the pressure in colonies extend until December if the temperature and humidity are nice for them. The 2 colonies that die in Ribeira, we replaced them and put 2 alive colonies for the second year of the study. The management methods that we used in Ribeira this time, it was the queen excluder between the brood chamber and the bottom, as you see in the picture. And in Sergude this time we use, and the beekeeper used Trojans, also electric ARPs and the entrance reducer. And what we see this year in Sergude is that the beekeeper put earlier the reducer that provoked that all the drones die in the colony, and we have this problem in the hive. All the drones were in the colony and the workers could not death out the drones, and they had a lot of hot in the colony and provoke dies. Also, the electric arc was sound, and it was really disturbed for the honeybees. All the drones on the floor. In this year, in 2022, in both apiaries, in all the colonies, they were fed if it was necessary. So what happened in July in Sergude was that the beekeeper made a starter colony, and that provoked, as you can see in the right in the picture, that this small colony was weak and caused that a large number of hornets go to the entrance of the colony and enter in the colony and cause a lot of damage on it. And in this graph, you can see what happened in the in Sergude. That, remember, that is the yellow one, the yellow line. That in July, in the middle of July, a really high pressure appeared in the apiary. That it was this starter colony in this one. So the pressure in both apiaries this year started later than in the previous year. Also in the beginning of July. Then one of the colony was replaced for the small colony that you see in the picture of the slide before. This provoked that the highest pressure in Sergude was in July. This colony, of course, died, and also the colony next to it. Then the beekeeper decided to use Trojans as control method. In the other apiary in Ribeira, the highest pressure was in September this year. But despite the use of Trojans, the hornet pressure was higher in Sergude than in Ribeira. So once the beekeeper replaced the colonies, we have the same pressure as the last year. So what happened in Sergude is that the two colonies died in October this year again, and the two colonies died in October in Ribeira. So now I'm gonna show you some videos about the pressure of Vespa velutina on apiaries in Galicia, and how it starts, how it continues, and then how it starts with the beginning of the colonies. So here you can see the pressure, how it starts. Here I'm gonna show you how the pressure continues. This colony, you see it, had a lot of population. The hornets were catching the honeybees that came from outside. Now I'm gonna show you how the pressure is really high, but the colony is still alive. And here is a colony that died because of the pressure of Vespa velutina. And now what we want to show you is that the pressure is different throughout the day. For example, in Sergude, in both years, that is the left graph, you see that in the midday, less hornets are in the apiary, and the highest pressure is at 9 p.m. and also at 11 a.m. For the contrary side, or for in a different way, in Ribeira, the highest pressure is in the midday. Also, the temperature is lower. This happened in July. In August, it happens the same in Sergude, so it has less pressure in the midday, and also the temperature was higher at this time. But in Ribeira, the highest pressure was in August, and it was in the midday. And in September, the pressure was higher in Sergude in the midday. Also, the temperature was lower. And in Ribeira, it has a irregular graph of the pressure of Vespa velutina. What I want to say with all of this is that the hornet's pressure is different throughout the day and also throughout the year, and it depends on the climatic conditions. And now I'm gonna talk about another part of our work, that is the precision beekeeping, that we use for a better understanding of the colony and what happened with the colony with the pressure of the hornet. We use scales that measure the weight of the colony, and also we use an internal sensor or internal system that measure the temperature and the relative humidity inside of the colony. This system measure the parameters each 10 minutes and send to a computer host that we can see in our house. What we saw in our study is that the thermoregulatory capacity of the colonies is gonna show us, or is gonna tell us some information about the strength of the colony. It was shown, like in the pictures that I showed you before, that the weakest colony had more hornets pressure than the strongest one during all the period. In this paper or this article, and also in what we saw in the apiary. So maintain a high colony strength for us and for the beekeeper, it should be the most important managed method to avoid the colony loss. Because it is known that the hornets choose weakened colonies to forage the food because it's easier for them. So what a beekeeper can do for maintain the high colony strength is, for example, to use entrance reducer, as you can see here, or for example, a queen excluder like this on the entrance, but also between the brood chamber and the bottom. With these two methods, the beekeeper should be careful, because if you use the entry reducer or the queen excluder in the time when the temperature is high outside, or the brood has a lot of drones, it could happen that the workers cannot throw the drones outside the colony, and as you see in the video before, they are gonna have a lot of temperature inside of the colony. And also, if you forget that you have an excluder, queen excluder, between the brood chamber and the bottom, or in the entrance, you are not gonna allow the colony to swarm. So, as you can see here, the swarm, and also all the drones that die, and also workers on the colonies because of that. Also, what the beekeeper can use, mussels like this. As you see, the hornet goes here, and they cannot escape, and they die in the mussel. Also, the beekeeper can use electric arcs. Be careful with that, because it has continuous electricity and it's dangerous to use it, but it's a good method also. But for us, the most important and the cheapest one is to go to the apiary and check food and population stocks very often, and if it's necessary, feed the colonies. But if not, protect the colonies in general. Like this, they need nectar, but also they can need protein. And if you have time and you have a really, really, really good eyes and vision, you can look for the nest around the apiary. But it's really difficult to find them when the leaves are on the trees. So with this, we finish our presentation. We want to thank you again for listening, and also for inviting us to this event. And that's it. Thank you.
You're muted, Anne.
Sorry, I always forget to unmute myself, but I was just saying that was an excellent presentation, giving us quite a full picture of the sort of research that's going on out in the field. If you've got questions for Shantal or Anna about their presentations, if you put it in Q&A, we'll make sure that either somebody on the panel now can answer it, or we can ask them to answer it themselves. Thank you very much. I did notice there was a note from Alastair Christie here reminding everybody that Trojan is actually an illegal poison, both in Europe and certainly over here, and pesticides are not a good idea in the environment. So please don't use those methods. But we're going to move straight on now to actually hear from Peter Kennedy. So if you're there, Pete, Peter is based in the University of Exeter, done a huge amount of work in Europe and also Jersey, and has immense experience on tracking and tracing, and that's what he's going to talk to us about. So thank you, Peter. I'm going to hand over to you.
Great, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, brilliant. Sorry, I'm going to start sharing just a moment. So I'm hoping. Sorry, can you see my presentation at the moment?
Not yet.
Okay, that didn't work. Just a moment, I'll try and...
You're screen sharing, I presume you are.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm afraid I've got one thing covering another, which didn't help there. So I will... I'll have to do it this way. And
go to slideshow. Yeah.
Have you got the?
I've got your view.
Oh, you got my view.
Yeah. Just
Apologies.
need to go onto a slideshow.
Yeah, I'm working with two monitors, and it keeps on picking up the wrong monitor. So apologies again for that.
I know the problems. It's okay.
Right. So at the moment, it should be. Sorry for the delay.
No, that's okay, Peter. While you're doing it, Peter, I'll just say to everybody in relation to Colette's question about bee suits. Yes, I did wear an ordinary bee suit when I was over in Spain, but the hornets were totally fixated on the bees, much to my relief. I'm not sure I'd go over there with a bee suit on if I was trying to do anything which involved being very close to their nests. So
yeah, I am not getting why it's not picking up the right screen. Can I just check which screen are you seeing?
That's okay. That's
excellent, we're there. Apologies for that. Yes, and thank you very much for the introduction, and yeah, to the BBKA team to invite me to talk to you today. So this is another talk under the banner of the Atlantic Positive Project. I am involved with this project, especially to work on searching for Asian hornet nests, which, unlike some of the methods you've heard about, which are about mitigating the effects in the apiary, this is more about trying to control the population by finding and eliminating the nests. So I'm going to give an overview of the sort of searching for nests, but specifically under the Atlantic Positive Project, I was working on the radiotelemetry technique, sort of refining this further and developing the technique for others to use. But I'm happy to answer questions on other methods used for searching for Asian hornet nests that does not involve telemetry. So I'm hoping now we can move on. No, I'm having all the technical glitches. That's not moving on. Moving on, thanks. Last, okay. So this is a statement we've come across loads of times before. So the Asian hornet arriving in France in or before 2004, and that actually reflects the fact that there's a little bit of speculation sort of around this. This is because the first specimen was actually identified by an amateur entomologist in November 2005. And that was feeding on ripe fruit in his garden. He was aware enough as an amateur entomologist that this was a very unusual hornet. and therefore caught and explored what species this might be. So this was the first realization that an Asian hornet had arrived in Europe. There's experts were consulted, and based on what was sort of known at the time, it was sort of assumed that the hornets would not survive the French winter. This was then unfortunately shown, or rather was then disproved in the following spring when another amateur entomologist found 3 specimens, probably queens, about 30 kilometers away from that first site. This then triggered, in essence, an alert in France where sort of all relevant authorities were made aware of this. A survey was started to explore sort of to what extent the Asian hornet might have spread, and much to the surprise of the people involved, the hornets were already covering 5 departments in the southwest of France. Not in high numbers at this point, but nevertheless, they were clearly sort of spread already. And this graph is a classic graph for invasive alien species. So we see this sort of species introductions and how numbers can potentially escalate. There is a narrow window where eradication in the early stages of an invasive species arriving is possible. But through time, as the numbers of these hornets and the area that they cover increases, it becomes it becomes less and less feasible to actually eradicate, and you're then going to change your strategy towards containment, so that you basically try and keep them out of other regions in that particular country. Then if still control is not possible to implement, then you move into a situation where really you are focusing more on mitigating the situation, as population control is very unlikely. And that also reflects the sort of increasing costs that are then associated with these different phases. So in the UK, because of the situation in France and how this was developing, we were obviously pre-warned. And that led DEFRA to ask the Non-Native Species Secretariat to conduct a risk assessment. And that was then published in 2011. And the UK was actually unique in Europe in that we also developed an Asian hornet response plan even before the Asian hornet had actually arrived in the UK. So the emphasis of the rapid response is very much on locating and the eliminating nests as soon as possible. This is obviously then was put into practice when we had our first incursion in September 2016 with the Tetbury nest, where that was an opportunity to actually learn an awful lot, and the response plan was adjusted accordingly. And obviously with the subsequent incursions we've had then, every time there's new things learned, and there's also shared knowledge that comes in from overseas, such that methods are sort of adapted accordingly. So in 2017, DEFRA actually asked us at the University of Exeter to explore to what extent off-the-shelf technology. So we didn't want to go down sort of years of developing something bespoke, but actually to what extent could we take something that is already available and adapt this for finding Asian hornet nests more effectively. This resulted in our publication in July 2018. And this is then where the Atlantic Positive project kicks in afterwards, where we are then sort of refining this technique and also focusing very much on enabling others to utilize this technique. So the idea was very much that we would conduct various workshops within the Atlantic Positive project, but unfortunately that's where COVID hit and we had to rethink, and therefore a lot of the training materials we have either provided or are in the process of releasing have been done online, or we've also generated sort of manuals that incorporate videos that show sort of how the work is done. And this basically just because obviously during most of the Atlantic Positive project, sort of face-to-face things weren't that easy. So this, the next few slides are from the guide that we have developed, and I'm going to whiz through this quickly because of time, but hopefully you will get a flavor of what's involved. So first off, we probably need to touch on legislation. So as far as invasive non-native species are concerned, there is legislation around these, and they stipulate that one must not intentionally introduce, keep, breed, transport, sell, use, exchange, permit to reproduce, or release into the environment, which all makes perfect sense. Although it does cause a little bit of a problem when you are fitting a radio transmitter to a Hornet and then releasing it. And whether this sort of contravenes the legislation or not, or whether a permit requires, does differ from region to region. So in some areas, it's seen as not being a problem because the intent is on eliminating the nest. It's also, you're not putting a transmitter on a reproductive cast, it's going onto a worker. But a number of countries do require this to be done only under permit. And in the UK, it's currently not permitted for people to do who are either not an authorized agency or otherwise someone working in directly with the authorized authority or agency. So the message basically is check in your region sort of what the situation is. So this is obviously for other people outside of the UK. So radio tracking is a well-proven technique. We're very familiar with it. We've seen wildlife programs. It's been around for over 50 years, and it's used sort of conventionally sort of to track the movements of wildlife, especially sort of larger mammals, birds, etc. But it's actually something that's only relatively recently sort of been used with insects, and that's due to the size of the transmitters or radio tags that are required. That obviously insects wouldn't be able to carry these until relatively recently, as technology has developed, and we're now moving into weights that the insects can carry. The technique is also sometimes used to track individuals that belong to a social group, with the intention of finding that group, whether that's a pack of wild dogs or another grouping that aggregates every now and then, and it especially applies to social insects. So this is sometimes referred to the Judas method in terms of finding a grouping or a nest. So the transmitters, as I mentioned, we have some very small ones that are now being developed. They usually are used for very small birds and bats, but these are now in a size range where it is possible for larger insects to carry these. And obviously they, as technology has moved on, they're even getting smaller, but there's obviously sometimes the range is more limited with the smaller ones. And also there are obviously price differences with the latest technology. The receivers, you would need a receiver to pick up the signal that's transmitted by the radio tag or the radio transmitter. And there are various commercial companies around, sort of around the world who provide these. They range in price from £500 to £1,800, and to some extent you sort of get what you pay for. But if you're a radio hack and you've got the skills to do so, you can actually sort of adjust a VHF radio receiver for tracking purposes, although the functionality might be a little bit more limited then. But it obviously brings the cost down even further. You'll need an antenna. And typically this would be a sort of a multi or 3 to 5 element Yagi antenna that's then connected to your receiver via a coaxial cable, and typically they're around about £150. But again, there are online guides if you are if you've got an engineering background. I know people who make these themselves for a fraction of the costs. They do need to be made specific for the frequency band that you're going to be using. And so they are prescribed bands for wildlife telemetry. In the UK, that would be 173 megahertz. and on the continent that would be 150 megahertz. Well, obviously the first part in tracking a hornet is you need to catch your hornet. You want a hornet that is in prime condition, and therefore it's probably best to avoid ones which have been caught in a trap and might have been sitting there for some time, as these are not likely to be in a very good condition at that point. So in terms of catching a hornet, you can do this at various locations. Hornets hawking at your hives can be caught with a net. You then contain them in a plastic tube. You can put baits out, like protein baits. Here we've got an example from Galicia. I think I might just speed up the video just to make sure I get through everything. So you can see the hornets coming to a piece of chicken. It's been hung out. So you get plenty of hornets coming in. And then if Sandra will in a moment select a particular individual she's after, and we'll try and net that. And I'll just let this video run to show you how relatively easy it is. Once you've got your hornet in the net, you close off the net by just sort of spinning it. So it's a bit of a twist in it. And then with a sample tube, you just basically collect that hornet in your tube. So it's straightforward. You can also use obviously other baits. So these are more sort of sugar-related baits. So either wick pots has been developed in Jersey, or even open sources. And again, you can use sort of just a simple sort of queen catcher. So hopefully oops, I need to stay here for it to run. So very relatively straightforward to catch them once they are intent on feeding. Before that, they're a little bit more wary. Once you've got your hornet, you want to make sure that you've got a good specimen. So any damage to the wings would probably make it less able to carry the tags, and therefore may not be the best option. So ideally, you want to catch a number of hornets and then choose the best one that's available to you. Because of the size of the tags, we do tend to need to use the largest available hornets. But I'll get onto the options in that area a little bit later. To judge the size of a hornet, we found that fresh weight is relatively easy, and you can get these small jewelry scales off the internet for as little as 20 pounds, and they weigh down to 1 milligram, which is more than adequate. We've published in our paper in 2018 that the hornets can carry up to 80% of their body weight. So that gives you a guide once you've caught a hornet, what sort of transmitter you'd be able to use with it. Fresh weight does vary a little bit. It's the most practical thing for us to use. You could maybe want to do all sorts of measurements, wing measurements, etc. But ultimately, that is extremely difficult on a live specimen, and you obviously want to keep your specimen live to be able to track it. So we make some allowances. Although hornets can carry up to 80% of their body weight, we tend to choose larger hornets where the transmitter then makes up more like 65 to 70% of the body weight. Here that is sort of represented. So we've got a range of tags with different weights, and you can see in this far column, basically this is at what 80% basically means. So with one of the larger tags, you would be only able to track a hornet that is 350 milligrams or over that. Actually, you're right on the borderline there. So ideally, you're going to be looking for a hornet which is sort of over 400 milligrams or 430 milligrams for this particular tag, which is a quite powerful tag for a small tag, but it does weigh 280 milligrams. At the opposite end of the spectrum, you can actually see that with one of the newer tags, which are about half the weight of the other tag I just mentioned, you are now talking about tracking tags around 200 milligrams, which gives you a lot more options. And it does depend a little bit on where you are. So if we're in the UK, we're obviously not inundated with hornets, thankfully, but that does mean that you may not have the same number of hornets to select from. Sometimes from colleagues in Germany, I've heard there have been locations where there's only been a single hornet around. So in those circumstances, you're better off having a range of transmitters or radio tags available to you so that you can choose the most appropriate one for the size of the hornet that you have. In areas where you have plentiful hornets around, obviously it's a lot simpler. You need to maybe worry less about the transmitters you have, but just basically make sure you choose the best hornets from those that are available. You do also need to take into account where you are. So in a very flat open terrain, it makes it a lot easier in terms of tracking. So even the smaller tags, which are slightly less powerful, are easier to sort of follow. Once the terrain gets more complex, if you're in the mountains, signal can be partially blocked. So you want a more powerful tag if you possibly can, or otherwise you need to use other little tricks that give you an idea of what direction to go in to reacquire the signal if it is lost. So now into how we attach the transmitter to the hornet. So because handling live stinging insects is quite daunting, we've actually used anesthesia. We prefer to use anesthesia. And it also is better in terms of there's less likelihood of damaging the hornet in the process. We used crushed ice. It can take sort of 10 minutes or so to put a hornet to sleep when she's buried in crushed ice. But we find that you're less likely to make mistakes in terms of sort of overdosing your hornet, which can have then repercussions on her flight performance afterwards. There are quicker ways of doing it. You could use a freezer, which goes down to -20, or you could use carbon dioxide. But these then give you far less margin for error, and it's a lot easier to overdose, which would then subsequently affect the flight performance of the hornets. So there are risks involved with this, so hence we tend to promote using crushed ice. And you just need a chill box, which you filled with crushed ice. You bury the hornet in this. You bury it for 10 minutes, you check sort of her condition at the end of that, and you basically want the hornet to have just show very little movement, no more than just a faint twitch in her tarsi, or at most, to give you an indication of what we're looking for. We use a restraining plate, which is described in our paper. It's just a piece of perspex that we used to prepare with a hacksaw, but we now find using laser cutting is a lot easier. The details are in the paper, so that's all available. Basically, we use a piece of wire. We slide the anesthetized hornet under the wire, pull the wire tight, and then secure it, which you'll hopefully see in this next video. Which again, I'll just speed up in the interest of time. So it's just a case of moving the abdomen underneath the piece of wire. The wire goes under the wings, so you're not trapping the wings. So, and then it's a case of just making sure the legs aren't trapped either. So you're ideally moving the legs forward, and that gives you then scope to later to put the threads that you're basically you're tying the tag around the waist of the hornet. So we sort of end up last few checks here. So all of this will obviously be available on the Atlantic Positive website in due course, and you'll be able to look at these videos in your own time. So I'll skip the sort of type of equipment that we use. and I'll just show you now the process of attaching the tag to a restrained hornet. Again, I'll just speed it up a little bit. So we have text that comes up. I'm with this particular video, I'm also talking the method through. So you basically moving a thread around, tying a knot around the waist, and then the tag is attached to the thread, and you then in essence tying a knot in again to secure that, and then you're just putting a bit of super glue to secure that knot, just to make sure that it doesn't unravel. And then cutting off the ends of your threads. There you have your hornet, and at this point we actually also feed a little bit of honey coming out of sort of anesthesia, or having to warm herself up after being chilled. She needs a little bit of energy to help her, so we tend to provide her to keep her in top performance. And then we also mark them just in case a tag is ever sort of removed from a hornet, we can still identify the hornet that was tagged subsequently. And then this is again, I guess, the same process, which if I just whiz through. So you're passing the thread again around the hornet. The tag is now being attached, so tied on, and there's super glue just to secure the knot, ends cut off, obviously avoiding the legs. And then at this point here, I'm just putting that marker on. And as you can see, the hornet by this stage has fully recovered. So it's a relatively quick method sort of to do this in a safe manner. So a colleague in Galicia, Aaron, who is working with Sandra, he has come up with his own version of this, which some people might find a little bit easier. In essence, the main difference is that he's actually, rather than tying the transmitter to the hornet from underneath, he just puts the knot above. Just a slight variation. You do have to be very careful with this, in that when you are securing the knot with super glue, you do actually need to delve down between the thorax and the abdomen, and you need to be a little bit more careful that you still allow the free movement of the tag at the end of this. And as I mentioned, we like to feed the hornet, so the whole point is for the hornet to be in the best condition to be able to get back to the nest, even carrying sort of a weighty tag. It's like I mentioned before, a case of feeding them honey, which can be done while they are still attached to the restraining plate, or otherwise, when they're just about to be released. This hornet was offered a little pot of honey that she's quite happy to help herself to before she departs for her nest. We actually also prefer to put the hornets in a sort of a recovery tent or cage, and this is really more for us to be able to check that the hornet is in good condition, that we haven't snared a leg somewhere, that there's free movement of, apologies for that, that there's free movement of the tag, that it hangs freely. So in terms of weight distribution as she's flying, it's sort of basically a center of gravity sort of around the middle, and the tag sort of hangs down from that. And also gives the hornet a little bit more chance to adjust to the weight of this. So here's a hornet just flying, so we are confident that she can carry the weight. The main points are that you are trying to keep your hornet in best condition. So you're choosing the best hornet for this. You're making sure there's no damage to her, she's well nourished, and that the transmitter isn't impeding her movements at all. And I'll just show this. So this is when it comes to release. She's recovered in our little recovery tent. We collect the hornet. We're at the location where we want to release her already, which simplifies things. And off she goes into the tree, which is actually quite common. They tend to want to stop somewhere nearby. You also get this when you attach a feather or a thread to the hornets to make them more visible for visually tracking. Is that the first thing they want to do is get this item off them. And they will typically just go in a bush or a tree, and they can spend as long as 30 minutes sort of trying to get things off, otherwise preening, resting, etc., before they're eventually motivated to leave the nests. And here just a quick summary of the principles of tracking with a transmitter, or rather with a receiver. So your tag is emitting a signal, and your receiver is converting that into an audible sound. The strength of that audible sound, or the volume of that audible sound, gives you an indication as to whether the antenna is pointing in the direction of the hornet and that transmitter, or whether you're off to the side. So you swing your antenna from side to side to determine where the strongest signal is. You initially would maybe have the gain or the sensitivity set quite high, such that even if the hornet is far away, you can still detect her. But it does mean that you will pick up reflections that are sort of off to the side a little bit, which makes it a little bit harder to know the precise direction. But as you then move in that direction, you get closer to the hornet, you can reduce the gain or the sensitivity, which allows you to then more precisely determine the direction. So when we are tracking, we would follow the hornet as she's flying back, and as she becomes sort of stationary, we may then actually end up spiraling in on a location, ever reducing the sensitivity of the receiver, allowing more precise sort of direction until we sort of get close to where the hornet is. So here's an example. Sorry, I just needed to just double check something. Nope, yeah, sorry. Start that off again. So there she goes. You can just see her. Actually, I didn't check whether you can hear the sound on the video. But anyway, in the interest of time, I will probably speed through this again. So it's a case of moving to different vantage points and basically using your antenna to determine the best signal direction. You might do this from various locations. The hornet may not immediately move to the nest, obviously, so you do need to bear in mind you are tracking the hornet, and it's only when she reaches the nest that you can then locate the nest. But as you can see, we are working in a eucalyptus forest on the outskirts of Vigo. It's quite dense forest, sort of steep slopes in locations. So you are best using what paths are available. You don't need to follow the hornet. You don't need to follow the flight path of the hornet. You're just basically working your way along to get close to where she is. So eventually we have success. So see if you can spot the nest. So this is typical when you have canopy, that actually the nests are extremely difficult to spot. So having an indication of which tree or which cluster of trees the nest is in is very helpful when looking for the nest through the binoculars. So this was done with a reasonably large hornet with one of the larger tags, and it took us an hour and a half from the point of release to find the nest. This particular hornet was actually recaught the next day when it returned to the chicken bait, which was rather convenient because it meant we could reuse the tag on a different occasion. And this the flight. So initially, the hornet was released up here. It spent a lot of time up here, hence why we're circling around until eventually it shot off, and then it was a case of chasing after it until we found it at its nest. And this again, another example, but with this one, we had a hornet a lot smaller. So this one was only 0.26 grams. So we used one of the smaller tags. And again, we successfully found the nest, even though it was again in thick forest, sort of just over an hour and a half, 315 meters from the point of release, with no prior knowledge where that nest was. So just to show that it doesn't always happen in perfect weather conditions, it was sort of an overcast day, but dry when we started. We had a large hornet, which we fitted with a relatively small tag, and we released this one. But while we were tracking, it absolutely poured down. And people who are familiar with Galicia will know that it's right next to the Atlantic, and it basically gets the same sort of wet weather that we're used to down here in the southwest of England in Cornwall. So as you can tell from my raincoat, it was a particularly wet day. I'll just whiz through this. So again, just to give you a sense of the sort of types of things that we're looking for. Which was a very active nest, this one. So, but then there are other examples as well. This one, again, a smallish hornet, but here we were dealing with very steep slopes. And this is particularly to illustrate that you don't take necessarily the path that the hornet takes. There were steep slopes all the way down here, so hence why we had to track all the way across. We'd lost the signal at this point because of the slopes involved. Returned over here to determine that the hornet had gone even further down the slope, no way down here, so we had to follow a track to come all the way across to reacquire the signal here, and hence find the nest right up in the middle of this conifer. So this was at higher altitude, it was less forested. There was an apiary, one of Sandra's apiaries here that actually were part of the experiment that Xulio was speaking about earlier. And we caught a hornet at the apiary, released her. The video that I showed you earlier of the release was actually this one. So this is where she initially went up into a tree here, then sort of hopped from tree to tree, went into some brambles, and eventually decided, okay, time to return to the nest. And at that point, shot off. And this is obviously our track rather than the track of the hornet, where we then were following the signal, sort of up a little bit here, along sort of parallel to the road, until eventually we found the nest right on the road's edge, again, sort of high up in a eucalyptus tree. This particular hornet, we are able to recover because she returned to the apiary and got zapped by the electric harp. Thankfully, the radio tag wasn't damaged in the process of being zapped by the harp. But it's not just work that we've done in Galicia. We've obviously worked in Jersey, and this was a nest that Alastair will remember. Bob Tompkins had sort of identified the nest was likely in this area, but it was so dense that it was just almost impossible to, well, partly get into, but even then be able to find where the nest was. So we released the hornet up here. initially went into a hedge along here for quite a while until eventually it shot off. And then we used the tracks that were available to us to pop down here. Couldn't get anywhere through here. There was a stream and lots of fallen trees, etc. So we had to find an alternative way in, having to go all the way around here, reacquired the signal sort of at this point and worked our way through until the point where we found the nest high up in a tree. This was the very first hornet that we actually tracked as part of the original work, but it just shows that tracking is also possible in sort of urban environments. So this is the INRA research field station. There was an apiary here where we caught a hornet. There's a 6-foot perimeter wall around the research site, so it wasn't possible to follow the hornet over the wall. So we went out through the gate to reacquire the signal the other side, and basically picked up signal from various points. Were initially misled to go up here, but then followed the hornet right down to the nest. This one, very quickly, 45 minutes, even though the nest was over 500 meters from the release site. So that was some examples, and one of the really good things in terms of us sharing this technology with others. And we do have now people in various countries using this technique. In Germany and Switzerland. In Switzerland, I think they've nearly, up until recently at least, all of the nests that they found in Switzerland have been found by radio telemetry. There's also interest in Belgium, where they are beginning to use that technique in the Netherlands. In Spain and France, it's been used by researchers, but because of the numbers of nests around, the costs involved are probably too expensive. And it's been used in the Channel Islands, and also with the giant hornet, or the northern giant hornet, as it's now called, in Washington State. They've used the same technique over there. The more people are using the technique, obviously the more sort of experiences are shared, and so the method is being even further refined. So some of the latest things that I haven't had an opportunity to test yet, but in terms of securing the hornets while you're attaching the tag, there's thoughts about being able to do this without sort of anesthetic, without putting them to sleep first, because anesthetics do have a sort of side effect, so it is best avoided. So we're now using sort of hair grips to hold the hornet, and then Chris Isaacs from Jersey has come up with a way of having a sort of a fishing knot that allows you to secure the tag onto the hornet relatively quickly. So all various developments, and I'm sort of running over time. So just quickly to mention, often drones are mentioned, whether they could benefit tracking, and clearly this is something that is being used elsewhere with other animals. So there's an Australian company, I think they've got branches in the US, who are also using this. But there are obviously extra costs involved. There may be restrictions in terms of where these would be allowed to fly, in particularly around urban areas. And ultimately, even if you have a drone that's picking up signal from a tree, you still need to have somebody on the ground to actually confirm it is a nest, because the hornets will also go to forage on nectar high up in the trees as well. So it's always worth having to sort of check. But there are obviously benefits in terms of range and ability to cross terrain. But sometimes you can actually manage some of that, at least in terms of range, even by just putting your antenna on a telescopic pole. This is something that we have used occasionally, so that can be used in particularly problematic areas. So just to finish off with acknowledgements to both colleagues at the University of Exeter, who obviously we've sort of had discussions about this work all the way along, but also all the partners of the Atlantic Positive Project, with particular mention to the people at the University of Vigo, especially Sandra Rojas and her team, Aaron, Ilya, because there's a lot of this work has been done in collaboration with them sort of a couple of years ago in Galicia. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thanks very much, Pete. That was very informative, bringing us up to date with what is happening with the tracking word. Got several questions for you.
Yep.
Something quite short. Besides using the harp, are there any ambient sounds or air disturbances that could be used around hives to chase Asian hornets away?
Yes, it's an interesting thought. I'm not aware of any sounds that would necessarily sort of scare the hornets away. They will when a beekeeper is around with a racket or a net, etc. They do learn to avoid the beekeeper after some time. So they do respond to certain things by altering their behavior. I believe Bob Hogg has done some work where he was just trying to make loud noises next to a nest he was trying to observe to see to what extent the nests reacted, and they didn't react to it at all. So I suspect the same would also happen in an apiary. What they did respond to at the nest were vibrations. So direct vibrations that came through the nest would get an immediate response from obviously the hornets defending it.
Great, thank you. We've got several other questions, but maybe we'll give people a break. And if you could come back to the Q&A at the end,
yep.
That would be really helpful. Thank you very much, Pete.
No problem, thank you.
So we've got a short break now until 3 o'clock. So 1500 hours, we'll see you all back. Thank you very much. Go. Welcome back, everybody. Just a minute early at the moment, but I hope you're enjoying what you're doing, so what you've heard so far, and it's been helpful to you. Got some superb researchers and people speaking. We do have one more speaker, two more speakers in fact, but one more speaker coming in from Atlantic Positive, and welcome very much Anna Isabel Garcia. Thank you for joining us from the University of Santiago de Compostela, and we'll welcome you very much to seeing us. So, are you ready to start, Anna?
Yes, I'm trying to
That's
sharing.
okay, as long as you're happy with the screen and everything. That looks absolutely superb. Yeah. So I would suggest that I'll hand over to you. I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if I'm sharing my screen. Everybody's seeing the. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine. Good afternoon. My name is Ana Garcia from the University of Santiago de Compostela, and my area of research inside the Atlantic Positive Project is the economic area. We tried to calculate the costs incurred by beekeepers in the fight against Vespa velutina. As all the other speakers said this morning, Vespa velutina is seen in Europe as an enemy of honeybees, and damages on fruit production have been reported as well. But there is little data about the economic impact of Vespa velutina over those activities, in part because it is difficult to disentangle the causes of colony losses. It could be weather, insect diseases, parasites, etc. Why we want to measure the economic impact? Because we need to make visible the dimension of losses, and to measure in economic terms is a way to make visible these losses. Because because governments are intended to develop plans against Vespa velutina, as it is an invasive species. And the economic resources dedicated to this should be spent efficiently. Then is a good thing to measure in economic terms this kind of things. And as well, because beekeepers and other producers are dedicating resources, time, money to the fight against the Asian hornet. They should have interest in calculating if their efforts are balanced with the benefits they would attain. In the Atlantic Positive, we adopt the cost-benefit approach. The cost-benefit approach consists in compare the benefits obtained by an action with the costs that it entails. This approach can be adopted for the assessment of the efficiency of a certain policy, a national strategy against Vespa velutina, for instance, comparing the costs of implementing it and the benefits obtained by such a policy. This approach can be adopted as well for the assessment of the efficiency of each method of fight, comparing the costs of their implementation and the benefits obtained. For doing so, we need information about the effectiveness of each method.
Can I just check with you, Anna?
Yeah.
Are you expecting your screen to be changing at all?
It's not changing.
Not changing at the moment, no. I'm sorry.
Oh my God, and I don't understand why. Okay. I share another. I'm going to share another thing.
Okay.
Perhaps this one. If share. And now
I can see your version of it because I can see the side. That's better. The screen has changed. Yes.
Is it moving? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
For doing so, for assessing the costs of the invasion are producing, we need to identify these costs. I'm going to take, okay. The cost could be costs incurred by administrations, normally, in the short run, costs incurred by producers, that they are as well in the short run, costs borne by workers and people, as Xulio tell before, in diverse of activities on the ground, and costs borne by environment. This we are going to assess that in the long run, because we don't have a lot of information about what is happening in ecosystems with this invasion. Atlantic Positive is intended to assess the economic impact on beekeepers across various regions of Europe, Galicia and Basque Country in Spain, north of Portugal, and Nouvelle-Aquitaine in France. The economic impact may be measured through the monetary valuation of reported damages, plus the cost of efforts made to prevent and to fight against the Asian hornet. These are the costs that we have identified. Costs derived from losses and damages, as losses of production or losses, losses of colonies. Costs derived from the fight against Vespa velutina, by trapping, nest destruction, and all other methods that we have identified, and costs related to the prevention of invasion, like training courses, search of information, etc. For valuing this, we are going to use some indicators. For example, for valuing in monetary terms the costs of fight, we are going to use market prices for material used in baits, nest destruction, and etc. But as well, we are going to measure and value the time employed in the construction and application of a certain fight method. Time is very important, because in Europe, and I don't know if in UK as well, a lot of beekeepers are not professional beekeepers. There is an important amount of non-professional beekeepers or hobby beekeepers that employ their time in using a lot of methods against the Vespa. It means that there is this time spent on doing that is not a financial cost, but is an economic cost. If we have to pay for applying this method, then we would be obliged to pay something. But like is the beekeeper who employ this time, normally they don't account for this cost, and it's very important. To valuing the costs of prevention, tariffs, we are going to use tariffs on training sessions, and as well we are going to value the time employed in training. And finally, to value costs of losses and damages, we employ market prices for honey and estimation of losses through beekeepers' declaration. Here we have a problem, but normally it's very difficult to identify losses on honey produced or caused by Vespa velutina attacks. It's very unclear to know if a certain decrease of production is due exactly to the attacks received by the Vespa velutina, and in which amount. In previous research that we have done in Galicia in 2016, we found that between 2015 and 2016, the losses in terms of in monetary terms were between 7% and 20%. But we couldn't determine that these losses were caused by Vespa velutina attacks. The costs of fight was evaluated in 21% of production value for this year. In other studies made in Europe, nest destruction in France between 2006 and 2050 was estimated in 23 million euros. Okay. And the yearly costs of nest destruction is estimated in almost 12 million of euros in France and 9 million of euros in Italy. For the previous study what we carry on in Galicia, we found this relationship between attacks and losses for the beekeeping units that don't receive any attack. They reported, well, 17% of they reported losses. For those who receive weak attacks, 35% declared to have had losses, and for those who receive hard attacks, 33% declared to have had losses, and for those who received very hard attacks, more than 5 Vespas behind, in front of the apiary, in front of the hive, 53% of people declared to have had losses. This made for us an hypothesis to try to verify, and for doing that we used a multiple correspondence analysis to identify, among other factors, possible influences of Vespa velutina attacks on the variation of honey production, as well as the influence of management and technical economic characteristics. We did not observe a specific relationship between Vespa velutina attacks and production variation for this year. It's a little bit, well, it's not an observation of a lot of years. It's only between 2015 and 2016. It's not really a lot of observation to conclude that, but we didn't observe any specific relationship. This seems to be more strongly related to the variations on production. Seems to be more strongly related to management in such a way that those farms that have carried out some types of management different from the basic one achieve increases in production, or at least absences of variations. Vespa velutina attacks seem seem to be clearly related to natural temperature conditions, as other speakers said before at the beginning of this morning. And in this short period analyzed, variations in production were related more to climatic conditions than to the presence of the Vespa. But this is a thing that other researchers are focusing, are studying in order to try to account exactly which are the losses produced by the Vespa. For the research, for the results of the research on the Atlantic positive project, we carry out a survey among 378 beekeepers in 3 European regions, and the results that we are going to offer to you are elevated to the total population. Here we have for the 4 regions, not 3 regions, sorry. For the four regions, you can see the amount of interviews that we done. 151 for Galicia, 50 for the West Country, 70 for the north center of Portugal, and 107 for the Nouvelle Aquitaine. And here you have the total number of bee farms in these areas. By statistical arrangements, the results that we are going to offer are for the total population, not only for the bee farms interview. Here you are then for the 4 areas, the costs that are referred to the year 2020, the total cost of on fight and on training were almost 8 million of euros. We estimated a total cost more or less on 8 million of euros. On training, this was the amount 600 well, I'm I'm not sure now how to read this figure. 663,000 of euros. I don't know what happens here. I'm sorry. This is in I thought that it was in English, but not. Well, this is the reduction of the entrances of hives, and for that they spent 853,000 of euros. In artificial feeding is 1 million of euros, more than 1 million of euros, and for the baits trapping, they spent almost 4 million of euros. In terms of percentage, we can see that the most used methods in terms of in economic terms were the were trapping and baits. Almost the half of the total costs were produced by the use of trapping. Another very used method is the reduction of height of entrances of hive entrances, 11%, and this 14% is for artificial feeding. That is a very expensive method. And here we have 8% this 8% is for the there's something missing here. Sorry. Well, I don't remember, but I can tell you afterwards. And we have here Trojans that are quite used. Yes. Trojans are 1%, not quite used, but only 1%. This 8% is training. I'm sorry, it was seen very, I was not seeing properly the graph. This 8% is training, and this 3% is nest removal, but nest removal by beekeepers with their own means, because a lot of nests are removed by the authorities. Then here is not accounted. We only account the nest removal made by beekeepers. Here we have the weight of these costs incurred by beekeepers on the value of production. In total, for the 4 areas, we found that 10% of the value of production was dedicated to the fight against Vespa velutina. This was only 5% for France, 20% for the Basque Country, almost 20% for Galicia, and 15% for the north center of Portugal. The question is, why in France is less? We can answer that in France the value of production is greater than in the other regions, and the costs of fight are lesser because they use different methods than in the other areas. In 2 slides we can see the breakdown by methods. Here we present the average amount spent by a beekeeper in their fight against Vespa velutina. 458 euros for the in average for the all areas, 385, almost 86 for France, 573 for Basque Country, almost 600 euros per beekeeper for Galicia, and 366 for Portugal. These differences reflect as well the experience of beekeepers in the fight. In France, they are dealing with the Vespa from 20 years ago, and in the rest of the areas is more the presence of Vespa velutina is more recent, and the alarm is more important. It makes that people is well, the people, beekeepers, spend more money, more resources, and more time in the fight because they are afraid about the Vespa. Here you can see the estimations of values for each method and each area, each region. And as I was saying before, in France, they use the, they spend differently money and time than in the other areas. Trapping is the most important cost everywhere, but training is more important. Well, in relative terms, is more important in the Basque Country, Galicia, and north of Portugal than in Nouvelle Aquitaine, even if in total terms is an important number. The reduction of entrances of heaps are more used in Nouvelle Aquitaine and in the north of Portugal than in the other regions. And the mussels at the entrances of heaps, or the protective mesh on the entrances of heaps, are as well more used in France. Trojans are especially expensive in Galicia, and well, I don't know exactly why, but the cost here is very, very high in the comparison with the other areas. Artificial feeding is an important way to do or to contribute to be stronger, that heaps could be stronger again in front of the Vespa attacks. And we can see that Galicia, the north of Portugal, is the where people incurred in a more huge costs in this method. And electric arcs are as well very used in Galicia and in the north center of Portugal. And I don't know if well, yes, I have still 10 minutes, but I think is that I wanted to say to you, I'm sorry for my not very well English, not very good English, and I wanted to thank all the beekeepers associations that help to do this research, and especially to Maria Amparo Ferreira Golpe and Ivan Vázquez González, who made an important part of the estimations that I presented today. And I would like to say that this is the first time that this data are presented. Thank you very much for your attention.
Can I say thank you very much for that? That was an interesting scenario of prices and things, which is quite frightening. It is incredible how it's going to affect economics. And thank you for struggling to actually put it over in English for us so we could understand you. I'm really grateful for that. and you did actually manage it extremely well. So thank you very much. Appreciate that. May we use your slides and presentation on the YouTube? Thank you. That's
Thank
lovely.
you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that. I think what we're going to do now is move on to Alastair, who's going to give a very short presentation on the situation in Jersey. And then we're going to come back for a Q&A where some of our speakers will be able to answer the questions that we have on the chat or on the Q&A. So thank you. I do appreciate very much what you've done, Anna. So thank you.
I don't know if I'm not sharing my slide.
You're still sharing, yes. If you could just
I don't know how to
share.
To stop to share.
Yeah, just it's a green button at the bottom, isn't it?
And
Okay.
I wanted to do this one. No, I'm not sure.
Diane, any ideas?
Is
Just
it?
to stop it. You should be able to
I
go
think
to
it's
the
red.
top.
Says stop share at the bottom.
Sorry, it's not green. It's red. Right at the bottom.
Yes, I see the green button, but I'm not sure about what I have to do with that.
Just click on it.
Yes. Okay. Nobody. Perhaps the next speaker can share, and he's going to substitute my presentation. Perhaps.
I think you have to come out of it first.
Yeah.
So you close your presentation.
Okay. I'm going to close everything, and perhaps like this is possible to.
Yeah. Just.
It's
That's
okay
it,
now.
you've done it. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yes. And if you just take yourself off video and mute yourself, we can ask Alastair to speak. So thank you very much.
Of course. I'm sorry for that.
Don't apologize, please.
Thank you.
Alastair, are you ready to join us? Alastair is a government official in Jersey, and he's giving us a very quick look at the situation in Jersey. Hopefully he's still here somewhere. I can't see him on the screen.
No, I can't.
No. Okay. Well, we'll try and contact him, but in the meantime, perhaps Andrew, you could answer one of the questions. Are you there, Andrew? No, the rugby. Yes. Yeah. Andrew, you're there. Good.
Right. Okay. Yes, I'm here.
If you answer one, and we'll see whether we can get Alastair back. Thank you very much. We've got a whole load of questions here, and one of them was, just go to the top. Is there any way that you can use attractants or lures could be put in front of a harp to actually draw the hornets through the zap and get zapped? I think it was half answered by Pete, but
okay. I think the answer to that one very shortly is that Eric Darazet in France is doing research to try and find a pheromone that will attract the hornets, but so far that research has not come to any conclusion, and I think they're struggling with their field trials. So the short answer to that one at the moment is nothing I'm aware of that will attract the hornets. I know that's what they're trying to develop.
Yes, yeah, it's very much what I've heard as well.
Hello, you've got Alastair there now. So
I'm here now, yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
wonderful. Well done,
Sorry, I
Alastair.
pressed the wrong button and switched my whole computer off.
No problem. Andrew's answered a question for us, and we've got a few more coming up later. So I will pass straight over to you, Andrew. So, oh, sorry, Alastair. Thank you.
So you have to share. Okay, so and then I press share screen, do I?
Yes, yeah. And Alastair's coming in from Jersey.
Ooh,
as
okay.
an official there. So
Where is?
Yeah.
Where do I go for my
go
PowerPoint?
down the bottom, and it should say share screen right at the bottom, and it should be a green. Thank you.
Yeah.
Great.
Ooh, where's my PowerPoint? Does that make sense?
It does, but you might need to go on slideshow because we're seeing what you're seeing.
Yeah, okay, let's have a look here. So from beginning, there.
Yeah, That's it. Perfect.
Okay. What happened? Just wanted to check what happens if I go down the bottom and I want a pointer. That will laser pointer. And is there a way
There's a little red one that you were dragging around. For
yeah.
me. Lost
And
it.
is there a way, does that change it, or you see the full slide?
It goes back to your view of it. We can't.
Is there any way of you seeing the full slide, but I can see my notes?
It should be. Are you on presenter view?
Yes.
Well, if you go back into the slideshow view, you should be able to see it on your screen. Can you see your notes?
I can't on this,
Okay.
no. Moment.
Diane, do you have any suggestions?
Have you got one screen or two?
I've only got one.
That might be the problem, yeah.
I could plug in a second, but I'm not sure whether I'll lose the sort of sound side of things, but never mind.
Could you do it showing your notes, Alastair? Would you mind? Is it possible?
Rather not.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Surely if you're on presenter view, does it not show up just
well,
the...
that's what I see as presenter view.
Okay. So you have to go on slideshow.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, I don't have a suggestion. Do you, Diane?
You could share just a portion of your screen to share this.
Yeah, never mind. Let me just go back.
Move it across. You could just share the picture.
Okay, I've actually got the presentation on another screen here, so I'll go through that. Anyway, let's just go back to the
screen.
The main screen, high presenter view, and we can start. Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
Great. Thank you.
And just start from there. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Afternoon, everyone. It's been a fascinating day with some really interesting information there, a lot to digest. I sometimes have to remind myself that some of you haven't had much experience of Asian hornets, and this is what today is all about, whereas we have plenty of them in Jersey. Anyway, don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to make this quite quick. There's a lot of information to absorb. And we're going to rattle through things, and I'm going to really kick off with a slide which you can read. A little bit of background in there. It all started for us in Jersey with just 2 hornets picked up in late 2016, I think it was. And although mainland UK had its first nest in 2017 as well, that's really when it started for us. And in the 2017 in total, I think we had 13 nests. I've got a map coming up. You know, our work in Jersey wouldn't be anywhere without Bob Hogg's experiments with nest tracking techniques, which have been refined considerably since those early days, but a really important step in the sort of program that we've been managing in the last 5-6 years. So just to move on immediately, so that was our situation in 2017. I look back with a smile and think, oh my God, that was easy, and everything else. But there are 13 nests in there. Just to fill you in, the SN stands for secondary nest, the PNs for primary nest. The smaller early season nests that you get. I suppose that, so this graph shows what's been happening over the last from 2017 through to 2021. And sorry, I'm just looking at another sort of map with another screen with some views on it. So you can see the kind of progression that we had from 13 nests, then we had 53, 83, and we were at that point thinking, where the hell is this going to go next? And it dropped. We don't quite know why, a number of theories, one of which was reduced transport between France and Jersey due to COVID. And I think there's some merit in that. I can't quite remember whether we had reduced northeasterly winds bringing hornets over from France, but yeah, an interesting drop and a relief, I suppose, at that time. But then it all changed a little bit as we moved into 2021, went up to 63 nests. Something to note in here, I suppose, is back in those early days, we weren't doing any trapping at all. We really started any meaningful spring trapping amongst the volunteers in Jersey in 2019, and we picked up 69 queens. Here you go. It fell back sort of as we expect, I suppose, in line with the number of nests of 42 in 2020. In 2021, we had a massive rise, because a bit more organized with spring trapping, but again with volunteers, to 101. And that was great. It kind of led us to think that the spring trapping was working really, really well. Yeah, so if we go on now, so just a little bit more background on the 2022 season. A couple of things to start with. We knew we had quite a number of nests, 19 after the 1st of October in 2022, 2021. And that was important because sometime, I wouldn't say 1st of October, but sometime shortly afterwards, in the next couple of weeks, we kind of expect the queens to start issuing the queens. So we always clock the number of nests after the 1st of October. As you get into October, it's kind of risk time. We also, we miss nests every year. We thought it was about 6 at that point. In 2022, we did significantly upgrade our spring trapping program with a load of registered sort of public spring trappers, and we had a whole system of area managers, existing qualified volunteers who are managing the new spring trappers. Sometimes we've had the odd queen emerge from hibernation early on in the season, but in 2022 we had our first one on the 21st of March, and then 9 reports very quickly afterwards. So the season well and truly got underway from the 21st of March. First trap one, so the early ones were obviously reported queens. First trap one was on the 25th of March. The last queen, I don't think it was trapped. I think it was some reported, was on the 3rd of June. So a very big sort of gap in there, I suppose. First worker was picked up on the 20th of May, and that indicates that there's there is this overlap between the queens being out and about and getting caught in traps, and the workers being out and about. I would presume they're from different nests, because when you've got workers, why would the queens risk themselves and go out? And I suppose last year, cast my mind back sometime around late April, we were thinking nothing was particularly different about the kind of last year, 2022, compared to previous years. Then we had our kind of first nest, 14th of April, and after that, all hell broke loose, and it got really busy indeed. So I'm just going to remove that from the side of my screen, and you can see what's going on here. So here we go. This is the total for last year, and if you'd followed John de Cartfrit's really fabulous at Jersey Asian Hornet Group Facebook page, you will have seen these numbers developing over the season. So 174 nests. The mystery in here for us is why, with a pepped up spring queen trapping program, we only had 55 queens. Only, I think, less than half of those numbers were caught in traps compared to the previous year. So we obviously had a lot more queens out there because there were 174 nests. But why did we pick up so few in spring traps when we had more traps out there? We just don't know the answer to that. It kind of begs the question about whether the traps were somehow less attractive, perhaps. I'm just not sure. Yeah, so last year was a phenomenally busy year for us. That is the map for last year. And you can see the numbers in there. The blue pins, just to let you know, that's one of my maps. Those are nests that we found and were destroyed, but they weren't removed. So they were in trees, and in fact somebody reported one a few days ago actually, and left in trees at the end of the season. One of the things you notice from this map is there's this quiet area on the west of Jersey. We're a bit mystified by that, but it's quite windswept. There aren't that many trees over there, and there's certainly fewer valleys. So I live in this end of the island, so my hives haven't had any trouble from Asian hornets in this area. But yeah, an interesting one that. So you can see how dense it is, 174 nests in there. Just rattle through a few elements of our Jersey Asian Hornet action plan. There's me, central government coordination. So I receive all reports of hornets from members of the public. Some of them get to me via the volunteers, I suppose. My job is to manage this team of volunteers and get the best out of them, and harness their varied skills to best effect for the campaign. I sometimes have to prioritize things, which nests are going to be tracked, those sorts of things, which nest is going to be destroyed first if we've got a few to do. I sometimes get involved in the removal of nests. It's great fun. And I'm the one who kind of engaged with other groups, other academic institutions, and those sorts of things as well. I'm also responsible for the media side of things. And again, there's lots of help available amongst our volunteers. Public awareness, really important element of our program over here. We're really lucky in Jersey. We've got an engaged population. We've got quite short lines of communication to our local press, our local paper, radio stations, and those sorts of things. A really important part of our public awareness is the Facebook page, which I'm sure many of you follow. I also engage with other stakeholders, gardening groups, tree surgeons, estate agents, wildlife groups, and those sorts of things. I'm responsible for releasing sort of seasonal messages through the year. For example, we have each parish, there are 12 of them in Jersey, has their magazine. So I'm just finalizing a press release to put out through those. One of the public awareness campaigns you have in the UK is Asian Hornet Week. I have to say, we don't do that at all, because our Asian Hornet Week is actually all year round. So yeah, busy. Volunteers. Without the volunteers, our program of control would go absolutely nowhere. They are simply an amazing group of people, and they give up an enormous amount of time to carry out a lot of the work. And it's not just the tracking of the nests. It's often I utilize them for verifying reports that I don't get a photograph on. For example, many of the volunteers remove nests as well and help with that side of things. The volunteers are also helping me with the spring trapping program as well. Communications, we use WhatsApp an awful lot to communicate amongst us. And I think one of the backbones of our whole program is the effective working relationship with me as the government representative. And in general, it works really well. We're very lucky in Jersey, I think, on this sort of element of things. Reporting and recording, we have three main reporting systems. We have email. I know that's not used in the UK, but we've got quite, people in Jersey, the community aspect, people kind of expect to get hold of someone. So we use email an awful lot. We also have phone. I'm quite happy to take direct phone calls, and that phone call may be followed up by me receiving a photograph. And we also do use the Asian Hornet Watch app as well, but I have to say it's not quite so easy for me to receive those reports and kind of react to them. In terms of recording, I'm using a system called EpiCollect to record a lot of our information. It's a kind of a tailorable data recording platform, and I think some of the AHATs have been looking at that as well. In recording some of the maps you've seen already, that's another tool I use, free Google My Maps to record the locations of nests and reports. Spring queen trapping, really important part of our program. We'll pep that up in 2023. As I've already said, last year we changed it with a sort of system of area managers, and we went out to the public through various press channels to enlist more public support and have more people with traps in their gardens. It's really important that spring trapping is done correctly. I will not compromise on this in terms of release of bycatch. It must be done. If people can't do it, it won't be spring trapping for me. Tracking of nests, of course, vital part of our program, finding those nests and then destroying them. And the whole methods of tracking have been talked about a lot. It's an effective method. It can take some time. Some tracking cases fall into place very quickly, others are a bit more complicated. Nest destruction as well. I'm the one who arranges all the nest destruction. We principally use two methods, pesticide and the Asian hornet hoover, a piece of kit developed by John de Carteret in Jersey. Pesticide-wise, that's usually introduced into the nest either from the ground using a long lance or by using tree climbers if the nest is really difficult to access and can't be seen from the ground. All skills we've built up over the last few years. Rattled through this, few figures in there. I think it was only 619 reports of insects in 2021. Very high rate, I think it's the highest ever. 77% were accepted as being Asian hornets. A few figures there on the kind of balance between how we received them. Quite a high rate. I think we had a couple of years when it's high rate of them reported with photographs. And I also have my volunteer verifiers who can go out and check a report of an insect if perhaps the reporter doesn't have a smartphone and can't take a photograph, for example. We do get other insects reported to us. Wasps was the highest other category in 2022. Just looking at another screen there. We had quite a lot of European hornets. Those numbers of European hornets have been rising in Jersey over the last few years. We do get some strange ones from crickets and bumblebees and hoverflies and those sorts of things. We also get plenty of things reported as nests that aren't nests, and some of the stranger ones we've had are puffballs, tree galls, and cankers. We've had an old football reported as a nest, a fishing buoy, bird's nests, a balloon, and even a crumpled tissue in a hedge. Somebody saw it, thought it was a nest and ran, but never mind. This shows you how much work the volunteers did last year. So 117 of those 174 nests last year were tracked by the volunteers. The highest previous year was just 49. So it was a massive upscaling of our program, and with actually not many more trackers. So they worked tirelessly last year to track those numbers of nests. An enormous amount of work, it really was. And that tracking program, you can see how busy we were. Quite a lot more Trap It, our chosen attractant, was used last year. It's quite expensive, so that cost us £3,000. We're well stocked up for 2023, by the way. Time resources. I try and keep a track of the number of hours that to track a nest, and about 25 hours on average. Probably the least was a couple of hours. One fell into place very quickly, through to a couple of nests, I think took well over 150 hours, something like that. Really complicated to track and difficult. But I reckon about 3,000 hours. And that time by volunteers to do the tracking doesn't include verifying, spring trapping, nest examinations, John photographing nests and all those sorts of things. So a massive resource. We're really lucky in Jersey to have this fabulous group of volunteers doing this work. Nest locations get talked about an awful lot. this graph sort of shows you primary nests. Many of them are in buildings, the 23 here. Secondary nests, many of them are in trees, and we do get some odd ones as well. Just sort of a little graph here. Last year, the primary nests, I think some of the odd ones were bird boxes, an old beehive of all things, a barbecue, a chimenea. Bramble nests are a little bit of a worry to us because, of course, they're low down. 10 of last year's bramble nests were big secondary nests, and if they are disturbed, that's a major risk to whoever disturbs them. It really is. I've been to many bramble nests, and how they kick off and aggressively, it's worrying. It really is. We usually get a few in hedges and shrubs as well. Last year we had one on a cliff. I've got a picture of that a little later on, but shows you where we're finding those nests in last year. So I think someone made a question about this. These are tracked nests and reported nests, not just reported nests like in France, for example. A few photographs, a ground nest. That was one in a cable reel. We're actually inside this cable drum here. There is the sort of spindle of a garden umbrella, quite a small primary nest. This one you can't actually see, but the nest is hidden away underneath this potting shed bench. The man who owned this shed had been ill for a while, so he wasn't actually going into the potting shed. Sheds are quite dangerous because, of course, they're quite wobbly and rickety and made of wood. And the moment you step into them, the vibrations mean the hornets know you're there right from the moment you go in, unless you're very, very careful indeed. Finally, that one was literally above a front door. How the householders didn't spot it earlier, I just don't know, but never mind. That was one on a cliff last year, and this is the hoover being used to draw off all the hornets from the nest. Because it was over water, the water level is literally just out of shot here. At high tide, we didn't want to use pesticide if we could possibly avoid it. But that method worked well. And just as a complete contrast, a nest inside a compost bin. Classic nest in a tree, probably 15, 25 meters up, something like that. A primary nest, only about 2.5 meters height in someone's garden storage shed. And this one's a little interesting because this is a classic location for a primary nest, but this nest had transitioned in situ into what I'd call a secondary nest. So they hadn't relocated, they had just continued to build it. And when you take these nests apart, you do tend to see the vestiges of the primary nest inside. Fascinating. Mention hornets and beekeepers, very important. Only about half of our Jersey Asian hornet group are beekeepers. Probably got another 130-ish beekeepers in Jersey who are not involved in our hornet campaign over here. And you wonder why, whether it's ignorance, denial, just not interested. I'm really not sure. Last year, we had a 3-fold increase in the number of reports of hawking, and I took some quite distressed phone calls from beekeepers almost begging for assistance. I am going to start a sort of program in a month's time. I've got to talk to Jersey's beekeepers about Asian hornets and really trying to enlist a bit more support from them for 2023. If numbers of nests continue to rise from 174, we really will have a challenging season. So we need every single beekeeper on board with this program. And of course, they have a vested interest in this. So I'll be encouraging beekeepers to spring trap, report any hawking, report on what they did as a result of the hawking, whether they put up any sort of mitigation devices, as very eloquently mentioned by Andrew's talk earlier today, and the effects of those devices. I would expect a beekeeper to initially get some flight lines for us, at least, from the apiary, which direction are the hornets flying off in? So that's my kind of bare minimum support I would like from beekeepers. Beyond that, I'd really love it if they became a fully fledged member of the Jersey Asian Hornet group. They became registered with me, with the government, and licensed under our wildlife law to catch, mark and release an invasive species, and are fully involved in tracking nests, not just the ones affecting their apiaries. Interestingly, you may find this a surprise, I'm not providing information on mitigation strategies within the apiary as the Jersey Asian Hornet coordinator. And the reason I'm not doing this is I don't want to distract beekeepers from the point of the Jersey Asian Hornet program at the moment in Jersey, which is this: the only way to protect hives, I believe, in Jersey at the moment is to find and destroy the nests responsible. I don't really want beekeepers thinking that if they put up a trap here and there and a harp, then they don't need to do anything else. They may well mitigate the damage to their beehives, but it won't stop Asian hornets becoming fully established on a massive level in Jersey. The only way we can do that is by finding and destroying those nests. Very briefly, 2023, some thoughts here. We had a lot of nests after the 1st of October last year, and we've got even more nests in areas where we think we had late reports of drones and workers. So we've listed it 16 other areas. We have a hotspot in the northeast coast of Jersey. Why is that? Our proximity to the Cottontown Peninsula. And last year they had massive accelerated numbers of nests over there. 9,247 versus 4,139. I mean, that's will mean that there are more queens over there as well that may well pitch a lift on a northeasterly wind, not very far away. We have to see what the wet rest of the winter brings. A mild winter, warming spring won't help us at all. On the other hand, I hope I'm the only one who wants a miserable winter in Jersey. Very wet, damp conditions. I think fluctuating temperatures, kind of cold, warm, that doesn't help Asian hornets at all. Minimal northeasterly winds would be an assistance to us. I think kind of whatever happens, we can expect a busy season. There was a question, I think, which talked about coming over to Jersey and giving us a hand. I welcome assistance from beekeepers in the UK to come over to Jersey, and we can train them up and stick them in the field very rapidly indeed to pick up the skills necessary to track Asian hornets. It's not just the tracking, it's sort of learning and understanding how hornets move, how they fly, how on an individual basis they're not as kind of scary as you would imagine they are, but equally on the end of the scale, if you mess around with a nest, they can be quite frightening, I would say, and highly aggressive and intimidating.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, anybody who wants to come and learn the skills, contact me. I think my email address is on this final slide here. So real rattle through things in Jersey there for you.
Thank you very much, Alastair. That was very full, and thank you for giving your email address so people can get back to you. And you've also answered the question on the chat line there. I'm going to go through the other areas on the Q&A and come back a little bit later, but if there's any more questions for you, I can email you with them as well. So yeah. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that input. Right, if we go back to the chat line, sorry, the Q&A line, I should say, not the chat line. There's a few questions here which, sorry, my screen is now playing me up and sticking. Never mind. Yeah, there's one here. Is there any evidence that honeybees are developing the Asian hornets, honeybees, the behavior the Asian honeybees have to repel hornets. I think that was virtually answered by Xulio in saying that yes, they do ball them, but not very effectively. If Xulio's still there, he can come in with an answer.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly what I said. I'm not aware of any developments of the European honeybee to protecting themselves from the Vespa velutina, actually. They are not very good at that.
Yeah, that's great. Sorry, I'm just trying to get up to the top of my screen now. Andrew, there's a question here for you. I think you covered most of the defence meetings. Let's go to the next one. No, I think we've got that one there. Sorry to keep. In apiaries with hive entrances at different directions, where would you place the harp? I think that was answered for you. Sorry not to be on top of these questions. Right, there is a question here about are the answers going to be available? Yes, they will be. They'll be available on email. If you've got them here on the Q&A, anything that isn't answered, we'll certainly get back. There's the one there about the honeybees being able to repel Asian hornets, and I think Xulio's just answered that, and he's also replying. Is there any knowledge of whether Asian hornets are flying around drone congregation areas to prey on both queens and drones? So anybody who'd like to answer that? Has anybody got any thoughts on it? Andrew, have you come across them at all?
No, I haven't. It might be useful actually just to go back into a couple of questions I think you've just skipped.
Sorry, by all means, if you said you can answer them, would you answer them, please?
Yes, I would. David asked a question about whether Apis mellifera were developing any of the skills that have been shown by Apis cerana. And the answer to that is definitely yes. In southwest France and also in Brittany, beekeepers are reporting that Apis mellifera colonies that have been predated for 4 or 5 years are becoming more defensive and trying to ball the hornets more often. So they are learning. It's the short answer to that one. There was another question as well, which Anthony asked, which was related to Heather Matilla's research into the use of dung to repel hornets. He's actually got slightly the wrong angle on that, because it wasn't to mask the Vespa marking of the hive. It was actually to repel Vespa who chew the entrances to get in. But I think the point there was they have not displayed that behavior when it comes to Vespa velutina.
No, thank you for picking that one up, Andrew. Have the National Bee Unit considered fumigating the ferry vehicle decks during their crossing to the UK?
I can happily answer that one for you. That wouldn't be within the NBU's remit at all, obviously. That would be up to DEFRA, what policies are there on fumigation. I would say the deck of the ferry is a red herring from that point of view. There is fumigation inside of containers depending on what substances are within them, and there is cleaning of a lot of vehicles, again depending on where they come from, but no, to do every vehicle beyond DEFRA's capability. I think we can all accept that, bearing in mind people can come underneath them.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nigel. The one from Colette about the bee suits. Yes, you definitely do need to wear the thicker bee suits if you're going anywhere near a nest and thinking about actually destroying it. Whether you're involved in it or watching it, you need to take great care, because the hornets are going to be very defensive. Certainly, we didn't need hardly bee suits at all when we were in Spain, watching the hornets predate hives, because that was their total focus. And we felt quite safe in doing that, although I certainly wouldn't have wanted to tackle the nets with the number of hornets that were there. Apiaries with entrances with different directions. We talked a little bit about where to put the harp. Have you any variation on that, Andrew?
No, I think if I had two hives facing in the same direction, I would put the half between them. Otherwise, I have seen many photographs of hives in Spain that are all sorts of angles, and they simply stick the harp 30 to 40 centimeters away from the side, from the hive. So what that does is make the whole thing less efficient, of course, because if you haven't got a harp on both sides of the hive or at the end of a run of hives, you won't get as many hornets in your trap.
Okay, thank you very much. There's one here. It's with the extension tube that we saw to collect hawkers. The collective guys could be treated within the catch box. I suspect that means with chemicals, but I'm not sure. That was from Martin. Anybody want to mention again our position on chemicals? Nigel, do you want to come in with something?
Okay, sorry, I thought that was in a catching box there. So are you talking about Trojans or?
Well, it's the extension tube. I suppose, does anybody understand that question that would like to answer it?
I'm just wondering if that related to Andrew's presentation, where you showed some what looked like pipes that were leading into a box in front of the entrance, but obviously applying pesticides there would put the bees at very much risk, so probably wouldn't be advised.
I think that sort of.
We've misunderstood that.
Yes. Thank you, Alastair, about the nest location. It was about Galicia they were referring, but I think they appreciated your presentation. It says from Ruth, it feels really hopeful that many of the answers will be available when we in the UK become subjected to the Asian hornet. And I think a lot of us believe that we are almost on borrowed time now. So thank you for all the input on that. I think that's really good. And David, you've answered that one about the bees repelling the hornets. Is there any knowledge of whether, drink on congregation? No. Then I think I have managed to get to the end of the Q&As. Is there any more that have come in, Diane, that I've missed?
No, I think that's it.
Okay, well, all I need to do then is to actually say we've come to the end of our conference. I want to thank everybody who took part. Our speakers were superb. I think that we've seen some wonderful graphics from you all, and I know they're not quick to actually prepare. So thank you for your preparation and your presentation on this day. We're very grateful to you. We're also grateful to the office staff of the BBKA for their input, particularly for Erica Chalice, who's been monitoring what's been going on all day. And we very much appreciate the time you've given up, Erica, to help us. Beavering away in the background and popping up occasionally has been Diane Drinkwater, who's chair of the BBKA and overseeing the technology, along with Ann Pike, who is now our new news editor. And she's been actually monitoring the chat and the background technology, along with Lynn Ingram, who's a member of our BBKA exam board, but also an Asian Hornet coordinator for Somerset. Thank you to all of you who've actually come to the conference. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope to see some of you at the spring convention. So do come up and have a word if you're there. It'd be great to, have a chat about hornets or anything else that's going on. Remember to sign our honey program, our honey petition, really, which is on our website. And we keep mentioning it, but we're desperate to get a lot more signatures. And just as an aside, well, not an aside, but if you want something to do other than watch the rugby, next week. Then Somerset Lecture Day is 11th of February, and you can get the details on the Somerset site. But thank you so much for all coming, and see you hopefully at the spring convention. So I'm going off to watch England play now. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, for arranging it. Fascinating day. Fascinating.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bye.
Now.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Right. Thanks very much again for all your help with that, Erica.
You're
and
welcome. Not a
Diane.
problem.
Really appreciate it. I think it went smoothly from our angle. I think it was the presenters had a couple of hiccups, but nothing serious. And the chat that's come in and the Q&As are saying thank you. And thank you to everyone. Really useful. Thanks for all your contributions. So I think it's a really positive day. Go and put your feet up. I think you all deserve it. So thank you very much for your input. Okay. Bye.
I am.
Bye-bye.